True.
I stand corrected. Yes.
Jean, you're actually muted.
It's been that kind of day. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the planning board meeting. Do we have all the board members, or it probably looks like a few others
Lisa's here.
need to make co-hosts in just a minute, but so I'll go ahead and get started and quickly go through our meeting rules. Hit share there. Very good. Okay. Awesome. So in an effort to keep these meetings respectful and orderly, we have some specific protocol, and I'll just go through these real quick. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. And just as it would be if we were in person, time for speaking or asking questions is limited. So either I or the board chair will recognize applicants or members of the public to speak and will unmute you at the appropriate times. We'll need anyone intending to address the board to please use a full name. If your full name is not currently displayed, you can change it or send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. No video will be permitted except for board members, staff, and applicants. All others will participate by voice only. Carmen and I, or Cindy, if she's the acting host, will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates the rules, so please don't do that. The chat function should only be used for technical issues to communicate with me or Cindy as the host, and only staff and board members will be allowed to share their screens. When we get to the public hearing, members of the community, will you please use the raise hand function to indicate that you'd like to speak during the public hearing. You should find this easily at the bottom of your screen. I'll call on those who have raised hands and unmute them, and testimony will be by voice only. If there were participants on the telephone, you may press *9 to indicate that you'd like to speak during public participation. Each speaker will have 3 minutes during public participation, and I will have the timer set up and have a way to warn you about 30 seconds left in your 3 minutes. And let's see, I mentioned the full name. We're not using the Q&A function, but please again, use the chat function only for technical issues to me as the host. This is really not the place for any kind of communication amongst the board or with the board around the substance of their topics. And thank you to everybody for being here. Harmon, Cindy, did I forget anything?
I don't think so. Thank you, Jean.
Very good.
Okay, well, with that out of the way, and I never did, so we will pretend that I called the meeting to order before Jean started at like 6:01. We'll call the planning board meeting of Thursday, November 5th, 2020 of the City of Boulder together. Called to order right now. Looks like we have a quorum of planning board members. I see Sarah Silver, John Gerstel, Peter Vitale, David Ensign, and Lisa Smith. Oh, Lupita has just joined the meeting as well, so I think we have a full complement of planning board members, all 7 present. The first item on the agenda is the public participation item. And this is where members of the public who would like to address the planning board on issues of general interest may speak to the planning board. If, on the other hand, the member of the public who wants to speak wants to address us around a hearing item that we are hearing tonight, I ask that you please wait until public comment for that specific item. These are general public comments we're looking for right now. So I'm going to turn it over to Jean again. And Jean, if you would manage the public participation item on our agenda, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Harmon. I will. I see 2 hands raised. We do have the public hearing item, and I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda right here to list the topics. Shabnam, the specific title of your public hearing that will be next? just to make sure folks are here for the right.
We have two public hearing items. One is the consideration of a request to determine if the restaurant use at River and Woods is in compliance with its development agreement. And the other is a public hearing and board consideration of a motion to amend the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan regarding streetscape design. We're also going to handle a matter around the CU South project. Now, that's not a public hearing, so anyone who wants to address the board around the CU South project should do that during public participation right now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Harmon. I see two members of the community with hands raised, Laura Tyler and Peter Mayer. So Laura, you may unmute and address the board, and I'll start the timer, and when there's 30 seconds, I'll do this so that you know it's time to wrap up. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, board, for welcoming me to speak tonight. My name is Laura Tyler, and I'm here on behalf of the South Boulder Creek Action Group. And I've had the pleasure of meeting a few of you in person, and those that I have not met, I'm here to introduce myself. And so we've been advocating for flood mitigation for our neighborhood since 2013. And due to its geographic location, the city of Boulder has the highest risk of flash flooding in the entire state of Colorado. And our neighborhood is one of the highest risk neighborhoods in the city of Boulder. And so I just wanted to just really quickly let you know that if you'd like to connect with us, our website is southbouldercreekactiongroup.com or .org. And the flood mitigation option that City Council has landed on, it's the variant 100 year, it has our wholehearted support. We absolutely support this option. It's been arrived at after many years of process. And we also support a very collaborative and cooperative approach with the University of Colorado in getting a resolution for our flood mitigation problem. We understand that housing is on the table. We're excited about that. We're excited that this piece of land is adjacent to the Table Mesa Park and Ride. And we're just really looking forward to the conversation that you're about to have in the coming months about annexation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Peter, you're up next. Peter Mayer, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. Hi, this is Peter Mayer, 1339 Hawthorne Avenue. I am a member of the Citizens Campaign on the considerations for the annexation of CU South, and also the co-chair of Plan Boulder. So as you're getting into the discussions about the annexation, there are a number of things that we think you should consider. We've carefully reviewed the book that Phil Kleisler put together, and there remain some tremendous outstanding issues. The key thing that must be remembered is that if it's not in the annexation agreement, it's not going to happen. CU is a sovereign entity. And thus, if it is not specified in the annexation agreement, it will fall to the city of Boulder. And that falls on all the costs and you name it. So there has to be a very specific legally enforceable annexation agreement in order for this to work. And that needs to require the university to pay their fair share of the costs. And so far, there is no indication in any of the documents that they have agreed to that. There's the issue of transportation. We need to do a real transportation study associated with this property, not simply the sort of piecemeal, half-assed stuff that we've seen so far. We also need a real site plan. In order to do a transportation plan, you actually need to know what is going to be developed at that site. And so far, CU has really not told us anything but sort of vague generalizations. That might be this, it might be that, it won't be taller than this. That is not enough. And if we go forward with an annexation agreement that does not include specifics, believe me, we will pay for it down the road, because in all likelihood, this property is going to be sold. It is not going to be developed by CU. It is going to be developed by someone else. And so we darn well better make sure that we get what we want out of it. And it's up to you guys to really be the gatekeepers on that. So we got to include a plan for mitigating negative impacts on wetlands. We need to make sure that everything that's going to be built there is going to conform with the comprehensive plan requirements and the charter and the revised code. That needs to be specified, because otherwise, guess what? The university doesn't have to, because they are a sovereign entity. All of this, so we have sent you a document that really lays out in very great detail all of the different issues and problems that we see with this annexation agreement. And we frankly do not see the university as making any move towards the agreement and the settlement of the thorny issues. I wish that were not otherwise, but that's not. And this is a negotiation where you need to represent the citizens. You cannot just simply accept what they say. You need to treat this as a tough negotiation. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Peter. Very good. Lisa Spalding, I just see a note from you in the Q&A. We will raise hands for the next public hearing at that point. Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a question? I didn't see anything, I didn't get any sort of email that what Peter just was referencing. Did that already come in and get distributed? Because I didn't see that.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing anything from Peter Mayer either. Peter, I don't know if you just sent it too soon before the meeting for us to see it, or if you just want to send it again, but you can
Well,
send
it would have come, the email would have come from Marky LeCount, not directly from me. She actually sent
okay,
the
that we
document
saw.
on behalf of our group.
Got it.
Okay.
And that's a really detailed description that goes point by point through all of the issues that we hope you will think about. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public who want to speak?
I see no other hands raised at the moment.
Thanks, Jean. We'll give it 2 more seconds for last opportunity. Nothing? All right, well, let's move on.
Harmon, just to clarify, it looks like we did have someone join by phone, and if they would like to speak during this open comment, not for the items that are for the public hearing, you could press *9.
And for that person joining by phone, if you wanted to speak to CU South, this is the time to do that.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay.
Okay. Great, thank you. Then I'm gonna jump to the public hearing items, and I'm gonna queue up the first item and then turn it over to Charles to manage the staff presentation. The first item is item 4A on our agenda, which is titled Public Hearing and Consideration of a Request to Determine if the Restaurant Use River and Woods located at 2328 Pearl Street is in compliance with its development agreement executed for non-conforming use review, LUR 2015-00087. This request is considered pursuant to section 9-2-11, compliance with development agreement of the Boulder Revised Code 1981, case land use review LUR 2020-00041. So I'll turn it over to Charles and staff right now. Thanks, Charles.
Great, thanks so much. Good evening, members of the board. I'm pleased to introduce Shabnam Bista. She's going to be presenting staff's analysis this evening. Shabnam has been an associate planner in our office for about a little over a year now. She joins us from New York City via Boston. We're very pleased to have her here this evening for her maiden voyage before the planning board. So Shabnam, take it away.
Welcome.
Thanks, Charles. Good evening, planning board. My name is Shabnam Bista, and I am an associate planner, like Charles said. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing and consideration of a request to determine if the restaurant use River and Woods located at 2328 Pearl Street is in compliance. Oh, I didn't share my screen. Excuse me. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Great. Right, so it's the public hearing consideration of a request to determine if the restaurant use River and Woods located at 2328 Pearl Street is in compliance with the development agreement. As a brief overview for this evening, we'll go over the review process and criteria. I'll provide a little bit of background on the site, as well as the previous approvals for the restaurants. We'll identify and discuss the key issues, and lastly, provide staff recommendation. So pursuant to section 9211B of the Boulder Revised Code, anytime after the execution of a development agreement, any aggrieved person may request a hearing before the planning board if they feel that the development or project is not in compliance with the approved conditions. In this case, Gregory Cass and Matt Hayden, neighbors to the River and Woods restaurants, have alleged that the operation of the restaurant used has failed to comply with the development agreement executed in 2016 and requested a hearing before the board. The intent of the discussion this evening is for the board to determine whether the restaurant use has been in compliance or not. There are some potential actions that the board may take this evening. If the board finds that the restaurant did not comply with their approved conditions, the board may revoke the use review approval, impose additional conditions or modifications to carry out the purposes of the original approval, and ask that city enforcement officers explore and consider administrative enforcement actions. Additionally, the board may also find that the use is in compliance with the development agreement, at which point no action is required. In terms of the public notice requirements, written notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet, as well as published in the Daily Camera. To just jump in a little bit and talk about the background, the site is located south of and adjacent to Pearl Street between 23rd Street and 24th Place. The surrounding areas are residential. Across the street to the north of the property are the Whittier Place condominiums, and the south of the property across the alley are residential dwelling units. The site was formerly the location of John's Restaurant beginning in 1974, when the restaurant was approved as a non-conforming use. The existing parking spaces did not meet current parking standards, so the site is considered non-conforming as to parking. The previous approval for John's expired because the restaurant had been out of operation for over a year. And then in terms of zoning, the site is zoned mixed use 3, which is defined as areas of the community that are changing to a mixture of residential and complementary non-residential uses, generally within the same building. In the MU3 zone, use review approval is required per the use standards to operate a restaurant over 1,000 square feet in floor area, or which close after 11 p.m., or with an outdoor seating of 300 square feet or more. River and Woods falls under this use. So they applied for a non-conforming use review back in 2015, and it was approved in January of 2016. The size was limited to 1,892 square feet. There are 65 indoor and 21 outdoor seats. And then part of the approval, there was also a management plan, which indicated or listed all the operational characteristics, such as parking. So there was a addition of an accessible parking to the back of the property. The management plan also approved a periodic acoustic music performances. There was some delivery protocols, and then alcohol policy, as well as neighborhood outreach strategies. And then in 2016, later in the year, the restaurant got an approval for a minor modification to the backyard, which included changing turf to artificial grass, creating ADA compatible walkway, creating long-term bike parking, as well as a raised children's play deck in the backyard area. And so based on the prior approvals and information received by staff from the aggrieved party, staff has identified the key issues, whether River and Woods restaurants' operating characteristics are in compliance with the development agreement, in particular the conditions of approval from the non-conforming use review. Staff did an analysis of the operational characteristics and focused on the following areas. So the first one is the live music as a principal use. The approved management plan indicates that the restaurant does anticipate potential for periodic acoustic music in the backyard to accompany the dining experience. It also states that the restaurant does not intend to create a concert venue or become a music destination for the neighborhood. Per the emails provided by Mr. Cass, the number of performances during the summer months were up to 6 times a week. The music performances were amplified in the backyard. The events were advertised on event calendars on the restaurant's website. The restaurant also used the raised platform in the backyard as the stage for the live music, and guests were charged artist fees as part of their check. The second area is parking and delivery. So the approved plans and management plan indicates one accessible on-site parking to the south of the property adjacent to the alley. It also indicates that deliveries should not block access to the alley and should pull into a buffer space that's indicated on the plans between the alley and the parking space to create enough clearance. Per the emails provided by Mr. Cass and other neighbors, an Airstream trailer, as you can see in the image, was parked permanently in the area where the buffer, as well as the accessible van spaces, are located. Since the Airstream was parked in one of the accessible spots, as well as the buffer, the delivery trucks use the alley to unload, not allowing traffic to flow through. The Airstream trailer was also being used to store alcohol and provided a makeshift bar for the outside area. And per the liquor license, this is not a premised area for serving alcohol. So in terms of site plan changes, per the minor modification that was approved, the most recent approved plans on the screen, you can see the accessible vehicle space is located in the back of the property. And as mentioned earlier, the Airstream trailer was permanently parked there, blocking the parking space, which was not approved. Additionally, in terms of the site plan changes that were not approved, the minor modification indicates a raised deck added to the back of the area as a children's play area. Per the photograph and emails from the neighbors, this raised platform is being used as a stage. Additional approvals to consider. In this case, starting in May of this year, through the Boulder Business Recovery Program, the city allowed temporary seating expansion for restaurants into the public right-of-way and private property to help the social distancing and allow businesses to operate safely during COVID-19. In June, River and Woods applied to receive an expansion of their seating to the north of the property, and they expanded the seating onto the public right-of-way in the front of the restaurant. The latest version of these emergency orders aim to help businesses stay open during the winter months by enhancing the outdoor expansion through February of 2021. The extension allows for temporary structures and heating elements to make outdoor socially distanced seating more comfortable in the wintertime. River and Woods applied for and were issued a permit in October of this year for a temporary outdoor expansion to enlarge their existing outdoor area seating under a temporary enclosure such as a tent, including some gas or propane heating elements. Part of the permit is also an approval for a parking pad to the south of the property to be used as seating, and a portion of that parking pad will be covered under the 800 square foot tent. So based on the analysis of the operational characteristics, staff finds that there was misuse of parking space. The number of performances were over what would constitute as periodic, and the site plan changes that were occurring were not approved. Staff finds that the River and Woods Restaurant's operating characteristics are not in compliance with the development agreement and approved management plan, and that planning board adopt the following motion shown on the screen. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions. We have John Berglund from enforcement as well to answer any specific questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabnam, and great job on your first planning board. We're happy to have you. Can
Thank
you put your screen down so we can see everybody?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to open it up to planning board questions for members of staff or the city attorney who's here tonight, David Gear, filling in for Hella. So I'll take hands. Sarah?
Shabnam, thank you so much. Very nice to meet you. Actually, just a quick question. The recommendations that you all have made don't address the non-compliance that's unrelated to the performances. At least I don't think it did. I didn't see it in the document. If I'm read it correctly, can you explain why the city did not also address those non-compliance issues like the caravan in the parking area? And I'm just curious.
Sure. I think the third recommendation is to have the site design and restaurant operation be consistent with the previously approved plans, except for the temporary permits that they've received under the emergency orders for COVID-19.
Okay, so does that mean that the temporary emergency orders will override until February 2021 the recommendations that you all are making?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure that I don't want to leave it there. I'm not sure that you, Sarah and Shabnam, were understanding each other. Sarah, were you talking about the non-conforming nature of the use?
So what my first question was actually about the non-conforming, the non-conforming elements that are not related to the music, which is a site review issue. But I think I have a secondary question, which is which I was going to get to when we get to our discussion, which was whether the COVID extension includes the recommendations from the city staff to reduce the number of music nights, or whether that COVID recommendation overrides the city's recommendations until the emergency order is no longer in place.
So let me just jump in for a second. Shabnam, I'm going to do this, and then you tell me if I got this right. Okay.
Sure.
The nonconformities it's basically planning speak for grandfathered. And so those are not going to be taken away or addressed. Those are already allowed under the use review. They were allowed through the nonconforming use analysis. So those kinds of things like that were listed in the staff report as being nonconforming are not at issue. And then,
well, I'm sorry, just to the caravan in the in the accessible parking spot was not approved as non-conforming. That was meant, right? So that
Yeah.
was,
That's-
so that was my initial question, because it's not included. And I think if I'm understanding Shabnan, she's saying the third element of staff recommendations would address that once the COVID emergency order is gone.
Right. Okay. Is that right, Shabnam?
Yes, yeah.
Good. Now I think I'm comfortable
so-
now. Are you, Sarah?
Yeah, so my second question has to do with whether that is also true regarding the number of nights a week that there can be music. That even though that was, because that is also non-conforming, not non-conforming, I'm sorry, that also does not conform to the use review. So my question is about that. Is that also going to be allowed to continue until the emergency COVID order is lifted?
No, so the only, I think, aspect of the recommendations is the third one. I think referencing the site plan changes, the parking spot specifically, that would have to go back to how it was approved after the order expires, but not number 1 or 2 of the
So
conditions
those
that
would go
were
into,
recommended.
those 1 and 2 would go into effect. If the board approves them, they would go into effect in concert with the COVID emergency order.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Great. Okay. Any other questions for staff? John?
Yeah, just to pursue what Sarah was talking about, I'm still unclear whether the temporary COVID-19 emergency orders allow the trailer to continue to be in that location. Can you clarify that?
They do, John. As part of the order, we suspended all of the city's minimum parking requirements until the order expires in February.
Thank you.
Other questions? Lisa?
I believe I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure I know the answer. And that is that the kind of summer concert series with this stepped up performance schedule has stopped. Is that correct?
Yes, according to the owner of the restaurant, they have stopped for the season.
Well, and I guess we can see when we get further comment, but we haven't heard anything to the contrary from people commenting on it.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, thank you. And also welcome.
Thank you.
And then I've got David had his hand up, and then I saw Lupita, and then John for a second bite.
Yeah, I just was wanted to check. There were of the 16 bicycle parking spaces, 8 of them were in the back, very close to where that Airstream is parked, and I wanted to just ask: do we know that that those 8 bicycle parking spaces were not affected by the Airstream like the parking space was? Do you happen to know that?
I don't have information on that
Okay.
right now.
But that would fall into the category of number 3, I guess, since that was part of the approved plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then Lupita.
Yes, my question has to do with the platform that was described as, well, the platform that was described as a children's playground. I'd like to know a little bit about the history of that. You know, how long has it been there? Has it fulfilled the intended function prior to, you know, what happened to this summer? Because I'm understanding that that platform really became an issue with the new concerts. So can you tell us a little bit about the timing of this? Was it this erected for this particular thing, or was it there already and being fulfilling a different function?
I know that it was approved as part of the minor modification in 2016. I don't have any evidence as to how it was being used in the past couple of years. But just know that it was being used as part of the live performances as a makeshift stage in the past couple of months.
So we don't have much evidence, or has anybody made it, maybe when we hear from the owner, speak about a little bit of the history about it, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, John.
Yeah, with respect to the amplified music recommendation, what are your thoughts about the use of a speaker amplified voice, for loud speeches when this is being used for a wedding celebration or something like that, which I understand it is occasionally done. Are you making any recommendations about the use of loudspeakers for that?
So I don't think the recommendations include the microphone aspect of amplified. But I believe.
Is that intentional, or was it just that you didn't consider that aspect of noise?
So John, we didn't consider that. Oftentimes it is typical for an acoustic performance to have a small PA, to amplify someone's voice. So that's customarily found with acoustic music, but if the board wanted to further, define that condition, you could certainly do that.
Well, what I was thinking of is more, speeches at wedding celebrations and stuff like that can get occasionally fairly loud and raucous. And that's not music, but it is amplified frequently if they have the opportunity. So that's what I was wondering about.
Sure. Yeah, we didn't make any differentiation for the use of a PA, either for speaking purposes or acoustic performances. But again, if the board wanted to craft conditions around that or have a discussion about that, you certainly can.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Lupita?
Yes, maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought I have read in the document that they have had police officers or officials from the city come out and kind of inspect the level of the sound, and they didn't find to be above limit levels. Am I misremembering this?
No, I think you're correct. And John, did you want to speak to the enforcement history? Because I think that the PD went out there with noise meters more than once and determined that while technically the noise standards weren't being violated, it was really more about the frequency of the performances.
Yeah, officers from the police department responded. I have them responding on 3 different occasions in June and July. On all occasions, they did not report a violation during their visits. They did suggest mediation between the business and the neighbors to discuss that, but no formal action was taken as far as enforcement.
So a follow-up question from the previous one with regards to the platform and that it involves a new set of players in this situation, and that is the performers. And just kind of going back to the fact that we are in very specific times, and I'm wondering if anybody has spoken to this the performers and the perspective of what goes on in this, I won't call it necessarily concerts, but certainly an additional, issue in this venue. Have we gotten any kind of statements from the people there in terms of how those arrangements were made, especially since the whole issue of these people getting paid is, to me, kind of an insinuation that this is why they call it a concert, so because they're getting paid. But given that we're in a pandemic and these people we all know have been out of a job, I'm looking from the perspective of, this is something that may have been something of an emergency, that maybe there was a discussion about how that should be viewed, and at least get that perspective into the discussion. I will appreciate it.
Yes, I don't think staff has had any direct conversations with the artist, so that may be a good question for the owner operator tonight.
Okay, any other planning board questions for staff? If not, I'll turn it back over to Shabnam. And in this case, we don't have an applicant presentation, but we are providing the complainant with 15 minutes as if they were an applicant to present their issues to us as evidence for our decision. So any other questions before we do that? Okay, Charles or Shabnam.
Yeah, I have the presentation. I can share my screen, and Greg, if you want to just let me know when to press the next slide.
That sounds great. Thank you. Am I able to share video?
Yes, you can.
Ah, there I am. Thank you.
And Greg, I'll start your timer and give you a little bit of a warning with about 2 minutes left.
Oh, sure. Do I have an additional minute to respond to some of the comments that were just made, or should I incorporate that into my presentation?
So, Greg, you should incorporate that into your presentation. Now, if there's any public comment around this at the end, you can have an additional 3 minutes to respond if you feel any need to do that. But if you want to respond to some of Planning Board's questions, you should do that in your time now.
Thanks, Herman. I will begin my 15-minute presentation. Thank you, Shabnam. My name is Greg. Today is my birthday, and I was also admitted to be a member of the Colorado Bar this afternoon. And yet, this matter is of the utmost importance to me that I chose to dedicate my evening to it. Slide, please. You must find that River and Woods violated their use agreement. Mr. Diner admits as much in his letter to the BLA, Beverage Licensing Authority, which I admitted as Exhibit 3. Really what this hearing is about is determine what the remedy is going to be, whether it's going to be to allow him to carry on and to use his violations as the benchmark moving forward, or whether you're going to enforce the letter of his use agreement and also the policy behind the zoning ordinance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the permissible uses of this land, Mr. Diner's use review. I'm going to tell 2 quick stories. I'm going to talk about the proposed conditions, and I'm going to also talk about Mr. Diner's 9 inapplicable defenses and make a closing remark. Slide, please. So this property is mixed zone 3 under Boulder Municipal Code. There's no temporary outdoor entertainment allowed, 0. The statute defines that musical performances are included. So to be clear, the previous restaurant on this property was allowed 0 musical performances. And they did not even attempt to have musical performances. The reason for that is clear. At that time, this property was surrounded on one side by residential houses. During Mr. Diner's time, now the property is surrounded on 2 sides by residential dwellings. Slide, please. So what changed? Well, Mr. Diner's use review, hundreds of pages, which I've read through every one, mostly focused on parking. There was 0 discussion at that time about music. There was some language in his use review about it, but it was never discussed, either by the neighbors or this board. He promised the neighbors and you that he would not create a concert venue of any time, that any music would be periodic, that he would not promote this place as a live music destination. He also guaranteed that the alley would be free and clear for loading and unloading because there'd be a 5-foot buffer onto his property. He also said that there would be a parking spot. So to answer Lapita's question, the parking where the trailer is actually has to be moved 5 feet back because where it's currently parked, according to the map, which is also one of my exhibits, I think 7 or 8, It's actually parked in where his unloading zone is right now. It's not parked on his accessible parking spot. Slide, please. So what actually happened? Well, immediately after he engaged in the development agreement, he permanently placed the Airstream trailer in the accessible parking spot. That happened in 2016. So this is not COVID related. This happened immediately. And you could see my exhibits for reference, which I sent to you and trailed these slides. The trailer was illegally used to serve alcohol. The Beverage Licensing Authority shut that down when it was brought to their attention recently. He also sets up large tents to host events, weddings, bar mitzvahs, quinceañeras, these sorts of things in the backyard, which are extremely loud. This is all dating back to 2016. Slide, please. And about that children's play deck, another good question. It's not a children's play deck. So he obtained this through an administrative minor modification just 6 months after receiving approval. So why did he do this? Why didn't he do this 6 months earlier? And why didn't he call it a stage? Well, the answer to that is obvious. If he told the neighbors and you during his initial review that he wanted to build a stage and host concerts 3 nights a week with guitars, with microphones in front of them, the neighbors would have had a fit. And there is zero chance that this board would have allowed that to happen. And yet, the proposed remedy tonight is essentially granting him permission for that to happen. No parent would ever let their kid play on this thing because it doesn't have railings. He's promised you that he would provide railings on this thing, but of course that never happened because stages don't have railings. So it's not a children's play deck. That's pretty silly. Slide, please. So Mr. Diner has admitted the following. He's hired a concert promoter. The website says there's a party every night of the week, 7 live amplified music performances, and he holds it out to the public as a venue space. This is not in dispute. Slide, please. So even before the pandemic, Mr. Diner was hosting events 4 out of 6 nights per week. Once again, if he disclosed this to you up front and to the neighbors in 2016, there's zero chance that anyone would have allowed this, considering what was done on this property, how the property has changed, and the proximity of the neighbors. Lisa, who's going to speak, her bedroom's 30 feet from this place. So even when Mr. Farrow says that acoustic music sometimes comes with a small amplifier, that's 30 feet from someone's bedroom that has to work, and PhD students that are going to school. Slide, please. The first time I talked to Mr. Diner, he name dropped various people from the town. He stated that he had the town's permission, and he was bragging to me in person about how he was gonna do the same thing out at the reservoir, except for the pesky neighbors that were trying to stand in his way. Why he bragged about this is a big mystery to me, but I wouldn't have found out about it otherwise. I told him that I thought it was unbelievable that he had permission to do what he was doing, and I asked for proof, and I said, Josh, if you have proof that you can host this many concerts on this stage and on a stage, I'll apologize to you. But if you don't have permission, then I want you to stop. And he never provided me any documentation. It took me months to get this from the town. Slide, please. Mr. Diner has 9 inapplicable defenses. You're going to hear a version of all of them, so make sure you listen to them. He's going to say that he had to do it, necessity, which is not true. Every business in town would like to ignore this board. I hate to tell you guys this, but every business in town would like to just do whatever they want and ignore this board, regardless of where they are. But everyone doesn't. Only Mr. Diner has ignored this board's recommendations and made material misrepresentations to this board in order to gain permission to do so. He claims that he didn't know what he was doing. He also claims that he bent over backwards to accommodate people, specifically me. He offered me abandoned restaurant space to essentially live in or work in or study in, which he thinks bolsters his case. But let me phrase it this way. If I told you that I was going to create such a nuisance in your backyard that your kids couldn't go to school, that you couldn't sleep when you needed to because you might be a shift worker, and that you basically just couldn't use your house as you intended, but don't worry, you could use this abandoned warehouse that I have, I think that that would bolster your case against me. I don't think that that's in Mr. Diner's favor. He also asks you to feel bad for him in various ways. I think if there's going to be a contest of empathy between the neighbors and Mr. Diner, he will most certainly lose. And if we wanted to adjudicate that at another hearing, we could have all the people that are paying rent in small rundown apartments that are working people that live behind him. And then we could have them weigh against Mr. Diner and the 7 LLCs or so that are registered to his $1.5 million home that I'm sure he sleeps very well at just outside of town. He's also claimed in various communications to the board, BLA, and me that, well, I stopped. The issue is over. The issue is moot. There's no reason to do anything. And that's just not true, because he could restart this at any time. And it took a year, well, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months to get this process to where we are now. He's also audaciously referenced in his letter that he's made charitable contributions, which is, I think, totally irrelevant, and I think inappropriate that you would even consider that, or that he would think that that was okay to include in a letter to this board. He also claims that the concert series was a very recent idea, which is not true. Slide, please. My final conversation with Mr. Diner, I said, Josh, I have the papers in hand. You cannot be doing what you're doing. Are you gonna voluntarily stop terrorizing the neighbors? Because we need to sleep. People are trying to go to school. People work all day and they want to be able to have a quiet dinner. They don't want to be listening to bluegrass 30 feet from where they're having dinner. Are you going to voluntarily stop, as you should, or are you just going to wait for the town to shut you down, or just continue until the weather gets cold? And he has had no response to that. The latter has turned out to be true. It got cold, the concert series ended, the beverage licensing board and you have been breathing down his neck, so it kind of fizzled out. Slide, please. So a note about the proposed remedy. So the proposed remedy says no amplified music. That's axiomatic and obvious. Of course there should be no amplified music. There are working people and people with kids that live right by this place, and you really can't, it's a terrible place for amplified music. And so the second point is allows periodic acoustic music 3 nights a week. Now, Mr. Diner shares the same definition as Mr. Farrow about acoustic music, which is acoustic music is just, it's not an electric guitar. It's just when you have an acoustic guitar that you put a microphone in front of. And so that's very puzzling to me, because that basically is electric music. And so the monitoring costs of this are extremely high. Basically, the problem is that the police have to go out here and measure the sound. And let me be clear, the police, when they measure the sound, they've been called at least six times, and on multiple occasions, they have said that they just don't have access to a decibel meter. So when you say they've only been called 3 or 4 times, that's just the times that the police have shown up with a decibel meter or made a recording of it. There have been countless other times dating back to 2016 where police officers just don't want to be bothered with this and either say they don't have a decibel meter or perhaps actually don't have access to it. The other thing I want to say about the noise is that every time the noise has been measured, the police's interpretation and code enforcement has told me through the police that they measure it via the commercial limit. So there are people that live 30 feet away, but instead of measuring it from the residential limit, they use the much higher commercial decibel limit, because the argument is the sound is coming from the commercial premises. Now, whether that's a correct interpretation or not, I don't really know. But every time that we've gotten a decibel reading, that's been the rationale. And then the other thing I want to say about the remedy is this is more permissive than the original use agreement, which seems to me to be an absurdity. I can't really understand how in a quasi-judicial hearing, this body would have the authority and really the prudence to grant a more leeway to Mr. Diner than he was allowed in the first instance. That seems pretty remarkable to me. Slide, please. So I'd like to make a couple closing remarks. There's a lot of hand-wringing in Boulder about affordable housing, but I think that just doesn't really matter if it's not livable. So, if you're sick in the hospital and you're being taken care of by a nurse, and I'm a registered nurse, I worked at BCH for a while. If you're being taken care of by a nurse and they're working night shift, as I often did because I worked all shifts because they're persistently short-staffed, I want you to think about how that nurse slept during the day. Was that nurse able to sleep, or were they listening to loud music sort of whenever Mr. Diner wanted to charge a cover for it? I'd also ask, how would you like to live behind this restaurant? Is there any member of the board that would think that it was acceptable to live behind this? There are really only 3 categories of housing in Boulder. There's student housing, which, I don't want to call it a slum, but it's really not where white and blue collar workers want to be living. And then there are houses that are valued at over 800,000 to $1 million. And then there's just kind of this in-between category. And we're talking about the in-between category tonight. And so really what you're deciding is, what do we want to do with this in-between category? The town code says no musical performances. Mr. Diner slipped in this language into his use agreement that no one ever contemplated about, periodic promising not to be a concert venue. But 3 nights a week, with amplified music based on sort of whatever decibel he thinks is tolerable, whatever hours he thinks is tolerable, that just can't be right. That's a remarkable transformation considering that this neighborhood has become more residential, not less. And Mr. Diner has never apologized. Incredulously, he said that he's proud of what he's done. So he's already admitted to violating his use agreement. So there's really not a question about that. Once again, the question is what to do moving forward. It would be one thing if he apologized or said, hey, we really need to host 1 or 2 concerts a week during this difficult time. He hasn't said that. He said quite the opposite. And then the legal arguments I've already went through, and the remedy, I think I've pretty much hammered that home, that you really need to define acoustic music, because if acoustic music means an acoustic guitar with a microphone in front of it, then this hearing is kind of a big waste of time and we really haven't done anything. I think that those are all the comments that I'd like to make at that time. I'd reserve the last 2 minutes of my time if anyone have any questions for me.
Okay. Are there any planning board members who have a question for the complainant?
That was the end of time.
Okay, well, we can ask questions even after the end of time if we have any clarifying questions that we need to ask. So I'd ask you only to ask the complainant a question if you have something you need to have clarified to help you make your decision. So are there any planning board members that need that? Lupita, you're looking like you may. Unmute, please.
I keep forgetting that I'm muted. I appreciate that you addressed some of my concerns.
Okay, sorry, Lupita froze. Lupita, if you can hear me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, start from the beginning, you froze.
Oh, okay. So he did hear my thank you about addressing some of my concerns already or my questions. The next thing is I'm wondering in terms of you're expressing all these the stories help, but also I'm wondering is also your intention to represent other neighbors who have similar grievances or concerns, and if so, could you give me a sense of how many more people are we talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my bar number gets mailed to me this morning. So I'm most certainly not representing anyone in a legal capacity either before or now. All the concerns are basically unified. There's a house that has 4 PhD students. Their main concerns are parking because the trailer is parked on the loading and unloading zone. And so when delivery trucks come, their parking spot is on the back side of their building. And so the delivery trucks completely block in their parking and they can't get to class. That's their main concern. That lease turned over the summer. The people that were there before, they probably had some complaints about the music, but not much. And then as for the other building, there are about 4 or 5 people. There are about 4 or 5 people that have all the same identical concerns. The real nub of it is I'm the only one that's went to law school and that plowed through the hundreds of pages of documents pertaining to their use review. So the real issue is everyone has the same complaints. People have called the police and given up. People have called the town and given up. And so I don't purport to represent all the interests of people, but really I'm the only person that has been able to get in front of this board and to look up what the permissible uses were, what the historic use was, and how it came to be that Mr. Diner built a children's play deck without a railing. So yeah, I don't represent everyone's interests, but I'm really the only person that sort of has the ability to at least know what Mr. Diner should and shouldn't be doing. The first time I talked to him, he said he has full permission from the town, and he name dropped very influential people in town. And I think people would end there.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. Did that answer your question, Lupita? Okay, great. Thanks. Any other questions for Greg that you need clarification on before we can deliberate? Lisa?
I'll just follow up on Lupita's question. So Greg, do you have an estimate of about how many neighbors you've heard complaints from?
Yeah. 3. Yeah, probably, yeah, about 6. And as to the number, I also want to say that balancing the number of people that are upset versus how many people Mr. Diner makes happy or employs is not a permissible consideration. That decision was made in 2016 or before.
Okay. Anybody else with questions? Okay. Thanks, Greg. You'll have 3 more minutes at the end of public comment if you need it, but it's really meant as a rebuttal period. So I'm going to turn it back to Jean Gatza, our staff moderator. Jean, do we have any members of the public who want to speak to this matter?
I know that we do. Is this the time where the property owner, do we have another presentation?
That's true. My fault. I was not thinking properly. Usually we only have one applicant. I'm sorry. I get into a rut. So here we have a complainant and we have a respondent, and we need to give the respondent some time. So I am sorry about that. And that was not meant as a slight in any way. That was just me on autopilot, and I apologize for that. So Jean, if we have a time, I don't believe we're treating Mr. Diner as a member of the public and limiting him to 3 minutes, but we didn't discuss how much time he is going to be given. So if I can ask David Gear, if you would tell me as a respondent how much time Mr. Diner is entitled to, I'd appreciate that.
I think it would be safe to give him the same amount of time that you gave Mr. Cass.
Okay, then Jean, can you get a 15-minute clock ready, and we'll let Mr. Diner respond to the complaint.
So I have the presentation ready for Mr. Diner. So if you want to just similarly to the previous presentation, just let me know when to change the slides.
Mr. Diner, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video if you wish.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great.
I'll start.
All right. Thanks for allowing me the chance to speak tonight. I'm Josh Diner, a partner at River and Woods, together with my wife, Kate Diner, and Chef Daniel Asher. Along with our staff, we've worked very, very hard and invested deeply on many levels to make our restaurant something that's special for Boulder. When we took over the space that formerly housed John's Restaurant for 4 decades, we gladly improved the property, spending a lot of money in loans on meaningful upgrades to things like ADA access, bringing electric, plumbing, and energy efficiencies up to code. But we also endured an often maddening jungle of red tape and bureaucracy that exploded our most conservative timelines and budgets. It was not easy to open River and Woods. But this place is our home. We're raising our kids in the kitchen the same way that our landlords raise their kids in that kitchen. This hearing has forced us to revisit the original plan we submitted for our use review. It's a document that we wrote when that plan was little more than a series of best guesses And honestly, it was amazing to see just how true to it we've been. We don't take a challenge to it lightly. The board packet contains our written description of our operations over the past several months, but I'd like to read it now as it outlines our perspective of and arguments against the complaints at hand most accurately. If you can put the second slide, please. Or do we have a slide?
Yes, I'm just having some trouble.
Okay, it's okay. Well, first, let me say that our mission as a restaurant is to enhance the community. And so it does trouble us that our operations this summer disturbed a neighbor in any way. Operations at River and Woods have remained in place without change since we opened in September 2016 until this past spring when the emergency order forced us to close down completely. In a single day in mid-March 2020, we had to furlough most of our staff and completely change our business model virtually overnight. Our revenue decreased instantly by over 80%. For nearly 3 months, those of us left there worked 80-hour weeks, feeding our staff and their families in need on a daily basis, making meals for frontline workers, and worrying over our health and the health of our families. While everyone around us stayed safe at home, we packed grocery bags for our community and handed out toilet paper and staples to our regular guests. We all have kids at home. Daniel's wife was 8 months pregnant at the time. Bills piled up. We were sure we were going to lose the restaurant. Thanks to SBA payroll loans, we were able to make it through the closures and reopen on June 1st after closing down entirely for 2 weeks to rehire a staff, implement new technology, apply for expanded seating through Boulder's temporary modification program, build a temporary patio by hand, rearrange the dining room and outdoor space for social distancing, purchase PPE, train staff on new health procedures, move the kitchen to our outdoor space, and revamp the entire menu to accommodate this safety measure. We as owners did all of this on a volunteer basis as the business continued to burn through the federal loan and the cash reserves we'd built over the prior 3 years. Our restaurant is generally a popular location for private summer events such as small weddings and rehearsal dinners because of our backyard seating area. This summer, all of these events were canceled due to health requirements. We returned thousands in deposits and crossed hundreds of thousands in expected revenue off the ledger. Which brings us to our decision to celebrate a reopening of the restaurant community for the summer with a change in programming. We have a regular guest who represents a number of talented professional musicians, all of whom found themselves out of their usual summer work this year as well. We worked with this guest to line up a series of acoustic artists to play evenings from 5:30 to 6:30 and 7:45 to 8:45 Tuesday through Sunday. We added an artist fee to guest checks, which allowed us to pay the musician. It bears saying that we passed along all proceeds from these fees to the artists and agent. In prior summers, we'd had music about 3 nights a week and at periodic private events. We recognize that we're in a mixed use area and we were cognizant of reasonable sound limits even before we learned of the neighbors' frustration. If you can, next slide. The neighbor that ultimately contacted us is Greg Cass. We spent much time personally talking to Mr. Cass on the phone, in person, and via text in an effort to make sure that they were doing everything that we could to accommodate him. These are the steps that we took in the course of those conversations. We'd begun the summer doing 1 night a week of live comedy. This particularly bothered Mr. Cass, so we canceled the entire series. We limited amplification to a single speaker and turned the volume down to the lowest level possible. We moved the speaker to a far end of the outdoor area and checked the volume level at Mr. Cass's property during each show. We worked with the police officers that were called on several occasions during artist performances by Mr. Cass and confirmed with them that the noise levels were well within the reasonable person standard. We set our standard internally as a level where a table sitting anywhere in the yard could have a normal conversation without raising voices at all. On request of Mr. Cass, we trialed completely unplugging amplification to see if this would work. Unfortunately, it was so quiet then that it was inaudible to guests and not worth it for the artists. Lastly, Mr. Cass informed us that he was studying for the bar exam and because of COVID had lost his ability to study outside of the apartment. And we went as far as providing a private office for him to use at his leisure so that he could study and/or work without being disturbed, which he gladly accepted. Mr. Cass agreed to the office space and indicated that this was an appropriate compromise. He requested complete silence in the days before his actual exam, and we canceled the shows because of his request, which involved inconveniencing those artists and calling dozens of reservations to inform them of the change. We were under the impression that the matter had been settled for the summer until we received notice from the BLA that a complaint had been filed. The police sergeant who was originally working to mitigate the concern advised us before we made any of the concessions listed above that we should continue with the program as it was while he checked with the city attorney as to what we were allowed to do. And the board has a copy of that email string. We never heard back after this until notification of the formal complaint, which was further indication to us that we had satisfied Mr. Cass. Go to the next slide, please. To be clear, we are not and have never been a music venue. We are a full service restaurant that has offered live music during service. Until this past season, that has been about 3 times per week for some private events. We've had 0 bar seating or walk-up bar service since the pandemic began. No reasonable person who's been to our restaurant would describe the environment as anything other than completely mellow. There is just no gray in that description. It has never once even veered towards rowdy. We have not heard a single complaint from the neighbors directly to the south of the property, from any of the condos to the southwest, or from any of the condos on the western property line. Music series is over, as has been referenced, and it has been since mid-September as originally planned. It was not meant to be an ongoing event, but a special way to get through these incredibly challenging and unique times. We do not currently plan to revisit it next season, assuming we make it to next season. Lastly, Mr. Cass also indicated to us that he planned to move out of the apartment and that unless his plans have changed, he is apparently no longer a current tenant or neighbor of the restaurant. Regardless, we believe that we're being as responsible and reasonable as possible given a desire to provide a community amenity. And it is our sincere hope that the board looks at the 4-year history of River and Woods. It's our very active community involvement, ongoing charitable contributions, commitment to sustainability and positivity and inclusive culture, and a truly tireless effort to do our part to make Boulder a better place to live and come to a reasonable conclusion. The fact of the matter is that we are proud of what we did this summer. We made thousands of people a little happier, providing a uniquely Boulder experience in a responsible way, paid local farmers for good food, returned our staff to a means of employment, and we did our honest best to reasonably compromise with what we thought was a single neighbor. And we as owners did it without any hope of compensation. We opened this restaurant to show our kids what it means to be part of a community, and there is not much we would change. In full transparency, though, we are exhausted and we are on the financial brink, particularly going into this winter. And if this hearing results in further economic hardship, then we may very well not have it in us to continue, which would be, we think, an incredible disservice to the community. My wife, Kate, and I have lived in Boulder for over 2 decades. We co-founded Boulder's Restaurant Week, have sat on multiple boards, have volunteered in the community, and raised our kids here. Our business partner, Chef Daniel Asher, is a nationally renowned champion of sustainable food, a prolific giver of his time and talent to local causes, and one of Boulder's most important culinary assets. What I can say with absolute certainty is that we have run this business with all of our integrity and heart, and always, at the very least, in the spirit of our original written mission and approved use. If we can go to the, sorry, this is the right slide. I'd like to finish by briefly responding to each of the alleged non-compliant actions outlined in the board packet. The first, and it seems primary complaint, is about noise. It's been witnessed and documented by several officers of the Boulder PD, including Sergeant Robin Holdstock, and apparently by Mr. Farrow himself on separate unannounced visits, that the noise level, both by decibel level and reasonable person standard, were compliant with ordinance. We've had no complaints from any of the other many immediate neighbors. The music enhanced the dining experience, was never once the source of a problem, and we would argue that it was a net benefit to the community. We do acknowledge that 6 days per week does not fall into the definition of periodic. Next slide. So I don't know if you're able to play this, but we do have a video of an actual performance from one of the nights that Mr. Cass called the police to report a noise violation. And if you're able to play that from there, it gives a pretty good sense of what a typical performance was like so that the board could see that.
I don't think I'm able to play that.
You're not able to. Am I able to share my screen? Because I would be able to do that.
Dean, can he share his screen?
Yes, if that is okay with the board.
I'd like to see that that evidence. Can you hear me?
I can.
So why don't we pull down the presentation now, Shabnam, and Jean, if you can allow the respondent to share his screen.
You should be able to do that.
I just need to pull up the actual video. It's just a 30-second video, so. Are you able to see?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, the video begins right in front of Mr. Cass's apartment. So that is, again, just a sample of the kind of performance that you would see. And again, we've had multiple visits from police and other city officials that were unannounced, that would, I believe, agree that that is representative of the kind of performances that are being represented here. So if we can go to the next slide. Sorry, the next one after this. Yeah. The second concern is around parking and delivery. In this, Mr. Cass says that an Airstream trailer was permanently parked in the one van accessible on-site parking and was being used as alcohol storage and a bar, and that delivery trucks are blocking the alley access for neighbors' vehicles because of the Airstream trailer. And our response is that until this summer, that Airstream trailer has lived primarily as decoration to the north of that parking pad, leaving about 10 feet of the concrete pad or more, about 15 feet of the concrete pad area open. It was moved to the current location at the edge of the pad in June to allow extra space for social distancing between tables this summer. Deliveries do come down the alley, and we have instructed them to not block driveways for the short time they are parked there. There's one black driveway that has tend to get blocked that we always let people know not to. As long as that driveway is not blocked, then while through traffic might be inhibited during that time, tenants are always able to access side streets to either the west or the east of their properties. And we have, as also referenced, received approval for temporary modification under the emergency orders that formally allows us to use this parking pad space until the modification expires. And the last is slide 8. This is the complaint that the approved site plan labels the raised platform as a children's play deck. I'm honestly not sure where we see the non-compliant action implied in this matter. Children play on that deck quite often, contrary to Mr. Cass's assertions. Our use does state that we plan to use the backyard for public and private gatherings and al fresco dining. Putting musicians on the platform or having couples recite vows on it or allowing people to dine on it does not seem to be precluded by this stated use. And then lastly, finally, we'd like to respond to and also get some clarity around the stated staff findings in the packet. As mentioned, we do acknowledge that we temporarily exceeded the periodic music definition this past summer. Had we foreseen the events of this year back in 2015, we might have requested and likely would have been granted approval to have music to accompany outdoor meal service. Live music was never at issue or of concern during our original use review. Given, however, that was not the case, we agree that until we can request a formal modification to that clause, that live music no more than 3 times per week is a fair definition of the agreement. And we're also in agreement that live music explicitly end no later than 9 p.m. Again, it's our understanding that Mr. Cass is no longer a tenant at the property. Don't know that for a fact, but that was his assertion. And we also agree that only acoustic instruments should be allowed, similar to how we kept our music always within the decibel and reasonable person limit throughout this summer. and that we reduce the number going forward unless otherwise explicitly approved. And lastly, we of course agree that the site design and restaurant operation should be consistent per the approved plans as stated. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Diner.
Okay.
Rose.
He froze, but I think he froze just after he said thank you. So sounds like Mr. Diner was just about done. All right. Then let's do, if there are any board questions of the respondent before we go to public comment, now would be the time to ask those. Sarah? And I don't know if Mr. Diner can.
See, if Mr. Diner can hear me, can you hear me? It's not going to matter. He can't hear me. So, maybe I'll wait until we go to board discussion.
Okay. Any other questions that need to be answered in order to help us deliberate? Okay, then let's go to public comment. Jean, do we have any?
Hello.
Before we do that, Mr. Diner is back on. Sarah, if you want to ask your question now.
Thanks. So, Mr. Diner, I'm just curious, the letter you got from the Beverage Licensing Board, just what was the content of that letter?
The content was a hearing that Mr. Cass requested to raise some concerns. His main concern has been always along the I mean, I think that he would agree along the noise issue, and he was looking for relief in his words from the noise issue, and so submitted that issue to the BLA, at which point they looked at some unrelated issues, mostly related to the trailer bar, which we're working through with them right now.
So did the Beverage Licensing Agency make a ruling on about the, was there an outcome, or are you guys in negotiation? What's going on?
Yeah, there is none. There was some confusion on our part about where the license ended in that parking pad. We had always had the trailer, as I mentioned, off of the pad at the front within our licensed premise, and unknowingly moved it in June and moved it back to the back end there. So there was some concern and question about that. So in working with them, the answer is I don't know exactly where that sits right now, other than it's not out of code right now. They told us what we were able to and not able to do, and we made some immediate remedies.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
David, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diner. I was just wondering, your proposal with regards to conditions would be to continue to allow amplified. Can you just speak to why amplified is important to your overall vision of how things work back there? Is it or whether non-amplified would be possible?
So again, it depends on the definition of amplified. So we completely agree that there should be no electric music, electric instruments. So amplification of acoustic music is really the only way that you can hear it at all. And the example that I showed is again a very applicable example of what that means. So Mr. Cass asked us as part of the negotiation during the many conversations we had with him, and said, can you just try unplugging it all together? And we actually did that. We did it for about 3 nights in a row. And it didn't work at all. You couldn't hear anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Any other questions for the respondent? Alupita?
Yes, going back to the issue of frequency of this artistic evenings, is it your intention to have summer frequency of these events to go back to 6 nights a week, or is it clear that this was really all related to the situation with COVID? And again, from what I read, maybe I was reading between the lines, but my understanding was that it was, as you express, sort of things that you haven't done before, like providing food for your workers and other people. Similarly, I interpreted the way you described this as your way to support a sector of our community that was impacted also. And if you can speak a little bit to that, I will really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for interpreting it that way, because that is exactly how it came about. Like I said, we have a regular guest who represents a number of these musicians who came to us and said, these people have steady work typically throughout the summer. All of that work evaporated. This is a great place. He had been there when we've had our periodic music in summers past. And is this something that we could do to help give them something to do, return a sense of normalcy, and get them a paycheck? So that is how the whole thing began. And then as to the frequency, yes, our initial intention was that this was a one-time thing. Like I said, we have typically our summers are in the backyard are filled with some private events, and there's often a lot of backyard buyouts. All of those events also were canceled this summer. So we did want to do something just completely different and had the opportunity to do it. Other than by Mr. Cass's estimation, it was an incredibly rousing success. Our guests loved it. The musicians loved it. The neighbors that I've spoken to loved it. Other than Mr. Cass and a couple of his co-complainants from that building.
Excuse me. Lupita, hello. I think Lupita got her question answered, correct, Lupita? Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Zuckerman, I got cut off. I'm not sure where I got cut off, but I did want to there was an assertion. There were several assertions, but one in particular that Mr. Cass made, and I just want to make sure that I got on record as far as.
You're going to get a chance, Mr. Diner, to rebut. So just write that down, and during rebuttal, you can make that. This is our chance now as planning board members to get clarifying questions out.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we'll have public comment and then 2 rebuttal periods.
Thank you, Harmon. So we have 4 community members using one laptop that we'll tee up first. It's Allison Cawthon, Lakin Guza, Anya Grafov, and Julia Romero, and I apologize for pronunciations. And then I think we also have Lisa Hilms, Lisa Spalding, Shirley Schaller, and I think we may have, oh, nope, it looks like Kristen Villeneuve is back on. I thought we lost you for a minute. So Allison, if you want to start, you can unmute. Please do not, please, this is just voice only for the public testimony. Let me step back just a second. So if anyone else, looks like a lot of folks have utilized the raise hand function. If anyone else on the phone would like to speak, please use *9. And you can, and we'll get you into the queue. And also, we will, if you would please, those that want to address the board, please use your full names in the Zoom title. And if not, you can send me a message and I can change that for you. For those on the phone, would just like to make sure that you introduce yourself. when you come on. So Allison, we'll start off with you, and then you'll have 3 minutes. I will use my little 30 seconds and time's up sign so that we can keep the view on so that you can see the board members. Okay, I think you can start.
Awesome. Hi guys, my name is Allison. I live at 2317 Walnut Street with my 3 roommates. All of us are first year graduate students at CU Boulder. 2 of us are master's students and 2 of us are PhD students. We live directly behind River and Woods. So if you saw that video, there was a car in the driveway. That is our house currently. So we live less than 10 feet from River and Woods. The current Airstream is my main problem. Delivery trucks block the alleyway every single day, and there are multiple deliveries every day. So we cannot back our car out of the driveway or our carport because we are really only able to go one way down the alley, and the delivery trucks block the alleyway. Additionally, I have walked through Pearl Street and come back, and I cannot even walk down the alley because the delivery trucks are blocking it so much. They have also put like piles of wood in front of the Airstream before, and I've had to go inside the restaurant to talk to people to get them to move it because the wood also blocks the alleyway and I cannot back up. They take breaks in a chair next to the Airstream in the alleyway. So I've had to get out repeatedly and ask the employees to please move the chair because I cannot drive my car down the alley. They also take cigarette breaks out there, which I sleep with my windows open a lot. The cigarette smoke gets in there. They tend to dump ice and glass in the alleyway. Our alleyways, I'm sure they're aiming for the trash can, but it doesn't make it there. So I've flattened my bike tires before on the glass from the restaurant. Additionally, they do not have any parking spots for bikes behind their restaurant. We have had multiple bikes parked in our driveway of my house. And we don't know what to do with them. I mean, they just put them in the carport and leave them. And in reference to the music, when we first moved in here in August, they were having music at least 6 nights a week. I can put my roommate Lakin on now.
Okay, Allison, thank you. Lakin, you can start.
Hello, my name is Lakin Guza. I also live here at 2317. I am a master's and graduate student at CU Boulder. I did want to just reiterate everything that Allison said. There are problems that I have experienced myself living here since August of 2020. And I did also want to comment on your question when you asked Greg how many neighbors he was representing. And I wanted to just say to the board that all 4 of us here living at this address have spoke with Greg, and we agree with all the points that he brought up during his presentation, and that there are concerns that we also share. Again, with Allison, our biggest complaint is the inability to access the driveway and the carport because of that trailer. And I think that's it for me. Thank you. I will pass it along to my next roommate.
Great, thank you, Lakin. Is this Anya Grafov?
Yes, hi, my name is Anya Grafov. I also live at the same residence right across the alleyway from River and Woods. I'm also a first year PhD student at CU Boulder. So like my roommate said before me, our main issue is with the alleyway not being accessible. Again, like I said, this is due to the trailer that is currently parked in what is supposed to be the access aisle. So we took some time to look at the plans for River and Woods, and I think Greg did a great job presenting all of our concerns, but I want to reiterate that there's supposed to be the alleyway, then there's supposed to be an access aisle in which deliveries can park so that they're not in the alleyway. And then past that, there's supposed to be an accessible parking space. And then past that, there's supposed to be another access aisle. And currently the trailer from which they serve drinks is parked in the access aisle, which means that deliveries have nowhere to park besides the alleyway, which directly blocks our driveway. As Allison said, the driveway is blocked daily. It's blocked to the extent that that not only can we not drive our cars out of the driveway, we can't even walk out of the driveway and walk through the alleyway sometimes, which obviously poses challenges for us being able to access our home. And I know the owner expressed that they instruct deliveries not to block the alleyway, but the fact of the matter is this happens, and this happens very regularly, making it impossible for us to access our home properly. In addition to that, I'd also like to point out that while I understand that the goal of the restaurant is to bring the community together, I don't really think that the claim that all of the neighbors appreciate the restaurant and are a part of that the restaurant is a part of our local neighborhood community is accurate. The few times that we've tried to speak to the restaurant regarding the alleyway being blocked, we haven't really gotten responses, certainly not very respectful responses. The music isn't really a benefit to us, and the restaurant isn't a benefit to us in any sort of way, because while they say that they volunteer the music to aid the community, it's actually not a volunteer service. The restaurant is very expensive, which I understand is a part of the economy, but in order to attend and listen to the music, you have to pay a cover charge. So the fact that the claim that they're volunteering entertainment is not really accurate. So not only do we not benefit from the music, we also aren't able to access our property and constantly have to deal with garbage and other things blocking our alleyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya.
Hi.
Julia, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julia Romero, and I'm also a current resident of 2317 Walnut Street. I'm a first-year PhD student at CU Boulder. My complaint is also that it is very difficult to access the alley and our driveway, which is right behind the Airstream drink trailer. There is, as Allison said earlier, there was ice dumped in the alley multiple times, as well as there's been broken glass in the alley, which we have to be careful of. There's been workers sitting in chairs in the alley right behind our driveway, making it difficult to back out of the driveway and pull into the driveway. And I've seen them smoking as well. And then there's a lot of delivery trucks blocking the alley. I often have to walk all the way around the block to access our front door from a different direction. And then also I would have to drive all the way around to the other side of the alley to drive to our driveway because the delivery trucks block the closer entrance to the alley. And then I also have a noise complaint. So like, because I'm a PhD student, I'm studying a lot, especially on the weeknights. I'm doing homework. And earlier when we moved in August and September, and maybe until mid-October, not exactly sure on the dates, there was music being played about 5 or 6 times every week, late at night. And when I have my windows, shut and doors shut, I can still hear the music through the windows. So I just wanted to reiterate that I also have the noise complaint. That is all from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Julia. Okay, next up, we have Lisa Hilms, followed by Lisa Spalding, Shirley Scheller, and Matt Hayden. And then also Kristen Villeneuve. So Lisa Hilms, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Hilmes, and I live at 2319 Walnut Street in Boulder. I wanted to speak to the board about the violations of River and Woods and how to mitigate the issues of noise and the trailer bar moving forward. I also want to set the record straight on one matter. In his letter, Josh Steiner claims that only Mr. Cass complained about the noise from the backyard music venue, and that is not true. I have lived in this building since before River and Woods moved in. I enjoyed 2 quiet years here, and starting in late 2016, I have called the restaurant multiple times to specifically complain about the noise from their backyard venue. And it's not just the music that's a problem. When they held catered holiday parties, I called and left voicemails to complain about their cleanup staff who were playing their music and talking way too loudly after 11 p.m. Last fall, I called the police during a wedding or bat mitzvah event they were holding because the DJ was playing music unbearably loud. And I called the police again this past summer because of an alarm going off in their trailer at 4 a.m. It sounded like an alarm clock going off, and it was just 20 feet from where I sleep. It took 10 hours for them to shut it off. And this happens whenever the refrigerator in their trailer is below temperature. A former neighbor of mine tried talking directly to employees when they were regularly hanging out behind the trailer in the alley right under her bedroom window. They smoke cigarettes back there, and she said they drink alcohol back there after their shifts. One night after 10 p.m., she asked them to please be quiet, and they yelled obscenities at her. So the next time it happened, she called the police. She recently moved out, and I know the noise was a major factor in her choice to move. Most people move out after about a year. I'm one of the few long-term residents left. It's not just the loud music, it's everything that goes with the venue, including the dumpster lids slamming at 10:45 p.m., waking you up. A neighborhood restaurant, I think, should be much more considerate of their neighbors. So going forward, I have 3 requests. If they're going to serve drinks out of the trailer, it needs to be moved further away from the alley. They were never supposed to serve alcohol or customers that close to the alley in the original plan. 2, if they're allowed to have live music going forward, it must be kept to 3 concerts per week. This summer, they had concerts 6 days per week, and there were days where they would have 2 sets of music at brunch and another 2 sets of music at dinner. And this is too much. They should not be able to exceed 1 concert with 2 sets in a day and not more than 3 concerts per week. 3, if they're allowed to have live music going forward, it must be specified that there can be no sound amplification of any kind. I think this should include no microphone use of voice, amplifying voice, or use of amplification to amplify acoustic instruments. I need to be able to have a conversation on the phone with my mom without being drowned out by banjos or having to close my windows in 90-degree heat when I have no air conditioning just so I can hear my TV. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Jean, if you can unmute, that would be great.
I'm so sorry. That was the timing. Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Lisa Spalding, followed by Shirley Schaller, followed by Matt Hayden and Kristen Villeneuve. Lisa Spalding, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Jean. I am not a neighbor of River and Woods, but I was a member of the Beverage Licensing Authority, or the BLA, in April 2016 when we granted Mr. Diner a liquor license for River and Woods. I was surprised when I heard Mr. Cass and Mr. Hayden describe the problems they were having with the restaurant at one of your previous meetings. I looked up both the agenda packet and the recording of the hearing in the BLA archive. The floor plan included in the application was as I recalled, and the recording confirmed my memory of questioning Mr. Diner. I asked many questions about the outdoor area they wanted to license. I was worried that it could be difficult to manage liquor consumption because it was so large. I also asked specifically if they had talked to the neighbors about noise. They said they had and everything was fine. Later, I saw a photo of the backyard with an Airstream trailer that had been turned into a bar sitting in the parking space reserved for the accessible van and delivery trucks. That space was not licensed for a liquor license. For liquor service, Mr. Diner was advertising the opening of the trailer bar on social media for the summer of 2016, shortly after he received his license. Mr. Diner had not returned to the liquor board for permission to change, alter, or modify the premises while I was on the board or after I left. And even if he had, a request could not have been granted because the use review agreement designated that space for parking. The state liquor code requires zoning compliance for liquor licenses, and Boulder will not even accept a liquor license application without proof from the planning department that the proposed use is zoning compliant. In the 10 years that I served on the BLA, I never saw such a flagrant disregard for the law. Mr. Diner claims a long and distinguished career in the restaurant business on his resume. He knew what he was doing. And it doesn't matter whether the trailer was on licensed or it does matter, but even if it was on licensed property, he added a bar with no permission. It's just, I mean, no, it's unbelievable. These problems started before the pandemic, so they should not be used as an excuse for Mr. Diner's failure to abide by both laws and management agreements. I would respectfully request that the trailer bar be removed, period, and the parking space be returned. 3 nights, this is not what we licensed when we licensed his business. 3 nights a week is not periodic for music. I absolutely never had the idea that he was going to be doing that. And he's done, other restaurants have done as much or more than he has without breaking the rules. And beware of videos. We had one at the under the BLA, and you cannot rely on them for anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have Shirley Scheller. Shirley, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Shirley Schaller, and I'm sitting here with my husband, Earl. And we live next door to the Boulder Reservoir, where Mr. Diner plans to run a restaurant in the new facility built by the city. We are very worried that Mr. Diner will do exactly what he has done at River and Woods to our neighborhood. Mr. Diner passed out a 10-page information packet at the 2 meet and greet gatherings he held at the reservoir on October 7th and 11th to introduce himself and his plans for his restaurant Dockside at the Res. Those 10 pages are attached to an email that I sent to the planning board earlier.
Scheller, I'm going to have to ask you to just speak to the matter that's in front of us right now. We're not discussing any matters regarding the restaurant at the reservoir at this hearing.
Well, I'm just concerned as a future neighbor that he might not adhere to what he has promised. And I would just like to, reinforce the fact that it should not be an event place where he has authorization for 7 nights a week from.
Are you speaking about when you say it should not be, are you speaking about?
Well,
River
I'm
and-
just,
are you speaking about
well,
the Reservoir Restaurant?
I'm speaking about the Boulder Reservoir Restaurant.
We're not hearing anything about the Boulder Reservoir Restaurant. If you want to limit your comments to the hearing that we have in front of us to determine whether River and Woods is in compliance or not with the conditions of its use review, we'd appreciate that.
All righty. Then I shall mute.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
And Ms. Schaller, if you want to address us at a future hearing, you're welcome to come and talk to us, and you would have been welcome to come and give your whole 3 minutes to us under general public comment.
Okay,
At the hearing, okay?
fine. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Scheller. Next, we have Matt Hayden, followed by Kristen Villeneuve. Matt, you can go ahead. You should be unmuted. Matt, try *6 to unmute. Matt, I believe you're on the phone. If you could try *6 to unmute. Well, let's pause for Matt for just a moment and move to Kristen Villeneuve. Kristen, similarly, if you're on the phone, if you can use *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay, great.
Hello.
Thank you so much. My name is Kristen Villeneuve. I lived upstairs from Lisa at 2319 Walnut. I'm technically still a resident. I just wanted to echo Greg and the ladies from 2317 and Lisa, and Lisa Spalding as well, Lisa Hilmes and Spalding. Matt and I lived there before Lisa even moved in, before River and Woods moved in. And for the years from the beginning, when they decided that they were an event center, it became too loud. It was too loud for years before COVID. I appreciate that things were downturned in COVID and that the business was tough, but everybody had it tough. Those of us who had to work from home also had it tough, and I'm failing to understand why his ability to make money superseded everybody else's. When we worked from home, he was having concerts. These were actual real concerts because there was a full band with a drum kit and a bass guitar and an electric guitar and everything. There was not acoustic performances. He lies when he says that nobody but Greg complained. I complained independently. I reached out to them 3 times via Facebook Messenger, and they responded. And their response was always along the lines of, nuh-uh. They had no respect for their neighbors. They did not care about the complaints. They made absolutely no moves to appease us at all. I didn't get offered study space or a separate space to work in. When the concert series was going on over the summer, it was 6 nights a week, plus all day on Saturday and Sunday. It was over 30 hours of live performances, and it sounded like it was in my living room. I couldn't escape it, and we were in a global pandemic, which does not sound like the best time to suddenly become a concert venue if you ask me. It's not actually in the spirit of a pandemic to gather, especially to become a music venue when actual music venues like the Fox and the Boulder Theater aren't allowed to be one. Why was he, is my question for the summer. I contacted them several times. Like Lisa said, I'm that neighbor who, when I asked them verbally, after calling on the phone to please be quiet out in the alley, they cussed me out. They not only cussed me out, but they acknowledged that they knew it was me who called on the phone because they addressed that specifically. So they had made kind of a sport after that of turning up their stereo as they were cleaning up as loud as they could. And they made another sport out of throwing bottles into the dumpster as hard as they could. And so that's why you see broken glass around. It's not an accident. They seem to do that on purpose. The music would stop at night, and then the stereo would start. And the stereo would sometimes go on until midnight. And there would be people partying in the trailer bar and in the alley. So it seems like River and Woods needs to take up the alley, some of the parking lot at the BSW next door. I don't know why they can't take their breaks in front of the restaurant, and why they need to extend into that alley.
Thank you, Kristen.
Matt Hayden. Oh, is that
you
it?
could wrap up. Oh, that's right. You
Yeah, I
can't
can wrap
say you're
up.
on the phone. I'm sorry. That was 3 minutes. Can you?
Okay, great.
Last statement.
Yeah. Just that the music was never acoustic. The noise is always very obtrusive, and it does not stop at 9. It goes on. The party with the employees after hours doesn't stop until they're getting ready to leave. And if you ask them to stop, they cuss you out and they get nasty. But also, Matt Hayden is here with me. He can have his 3 minutes via my phone since his wouldn't work earlier, if that works.
That's fine. That would be good.
Okay, great.
Hi, this is Matt Hayden.
Matt, you can go ahead. Thank you.
First of all, thanks a lot for everybody for their hard work to put all this together. We really appreciate it. I can confirm a lot of what the other neighbors are saying. Additionally, I'm not the kind of person to complain about this stuff. I'm also hard of hearing, so if it bothers me, it bothers other people too. In terms of what is acoustic, one thing I did notice was a band called, I believe it's Many Mountains. Is that right? Many Mountains. I can hear them from Folsom. Like I said, I'm hard of hearing, and I know this is a little bit hard to believe. I have a video of this. So that can't fall under acoustic. I mean, that's that's pretty much all I wanted to say was if you guys can decide on the definition of acoustic, that would help us out a lot too. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Kristen. I see no other hands raised. If anyone else would like to speak to the board on this item, could you please use the raise hand function now? I'm seeing none. I'll turn it back to you, Harmon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jean. Appreciate it. And thanks for public comment, everybody. I want to give Greg Cass, the complainant, a 3-minute rebuttal period if he chooses to take it. And then we'll follow that by a 3-minute rebuttal period for Josh Diner if he chooses to take it. And this is really just not to continue to litigate your case, but to respond to items that have come up since your presentation in public comment.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity for rebuttal. 4 quick points. One, there have been 2 misrepresentations that Mr. Diner made to this board, and I'd point them out as false. First, he said that the bar, the trailer bar, was originally placed in a different location. One, and he said that it was only used for storage and it wasn't really used for a bar. That's patently false. I direct you to Exhibit 7 of mine, which is a picture of that Mr. Diner posted to his Instagram where the trailer bar is in the same spot and it is not being used for storage. And that was on September 26, 2016. The second material false statement that he made this evening to this board is regarding the Beverage Licensing Authority and their communications with him. As Lisa, the first Lisa, pointed out, that was an unlicensed bar and they told him to shut it down. There was no confusion. They sent him a letter and he had to shut it down the next day. That's plain and simple. My final 2 points are that, yeah, I did move, but it's because that place is unlivable. And as Lisa Hilmes said, that's been the pattern here. And I'm 32 years old. It's really hard for nurses and young people to find a place to live. And that's just been the pattern with this place. So he's turned what was a quiet restaurant into even a place with occasional performance space. So yeah, I did move, but that doesn't moot my claim. That actually supports my claim. And then my final point is he always intended to have this be a concert venue. And so I'm gonna leave you with this question. If Mr. Diner approached you in 2016 and said, yes, the previous restaurant, they're not allowed to have music and they don't. And yes, the town statute, it doesn't allow live music either. But you know, I'd like to build a stage and I'd like to host 3 concerts a week. Is there any chance that this board would have granted permission for that? I think the answer is a resounding no. I think that the same answer would have come from the community if that's what Mr. Diner said. And that's all I have to say. I don't think that this meeting should be basically a permission granting meeting to allow a type of conduct that Mr. Diner never would have been allowed to do if he fully disclosed his intentions in the first instance and solicited community input. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for that rebuttal, Mr. Cass. Turn it over to Mr. Diner. You have 3 minutes. And you'll want to unmute.
Okay, thank you. So first, we did solicit quite a bit of community feedback before opening and before applying. We spoke to a number of the neighbors. We put out a public request for that, and we met with anyone who wanted to meet with us. We can only use the information that is given to us and the people that come to us. It was, quite frankly, difficult to hear some of the other neighbors behind us because that's new. Some of those were new complaints to me, and again, the one thing that I can say with certainty is that anyone that comes to us with a concern, we address it immediately and take it very seriously, because our goal is certainly not to harass our immediate neighbors or make life unlivable. And we did our best on a daily basis to attend to that and to balance the running of a business that has an approved outdoor area with the needs of the neighbors. Again, the music is not, it's not a music venue. If you shut down a music venue, the music venue doesn't continue. If the board decides that we cannot play live music and that's against code, we continue to have our approved use in the outdoor space, and that amenity will be not there anymore. And that's the long and short of it. So from the beginning, we have asked, are we allowed to do this? Here's what we said: we do periodic music. We know that this year we again acknowledge fully that that this was not periodic this season. And that was written by us. When we wrote that this is not meant to be a concert venue, and the periodic music, that was a word that was put in by us in the original plan. That was our intention. It continues to be our long-term intention. And again, we'll continue to work with both the city and the neighbors to make to be as unobtrusive as we can, given the fact that we are in a mixed use and very close quarters with those neighbors. And again, I think that the way that we have conducted ourselves will show that. So I'm happy to speak to the other neighbors that have and have all, by the way, already addressed some of the things that have come up since this process started, such as breaks in the alley, which we've asked. We will put the additional processes in place and are happy to continue to speak to any of our neighbors about any of their concerns and do our best to address all of those concerns. Thank you.
Okay, good timing. Thank you, Mr. Diner. As we so often do in long hearings, we get to about 8 o'clock and all of the applicant presentations and public comment has been completed, and I'll call for a break before we come back to deliberate. And this is working out kind of like that. So we've been at it for 2 hours. It's 8:02 going on 8:03. And I would suggest now would be a good time. So I'm gonna call a break, and we'll be back at 8:10 sharp to deliberate on this matter. Darn.
David, that was very funny.
I have a few chips in my mouth before we get going again.
Okay. All right. Well, it's 8:10 and we're back. Call the meeting back to order. And this is our time to deliberate on this matter. And again, unusual in that we're being asked to determine whether the operations of an approved use review are within the requirements of the use review. And so many times we've heard when approving use reviews or reviewing use reviews, we've heard the question from a planning board member to staff, well, what happens if the applicant doesn't shut the music off at 10 o'clock or doesn't keep the garage door closed when they're supposed to, when there's a certain hour that passes, and staff informs us that it's a possibility that they could have their use review revoked, or that at minimum they would have a hearing in front of us. And it doesn't often happen, but here we are. And now everyone who's on planning board will have this experience. I think there are people who serve 5 years and never have a hearing like this. So feel free to, if you're unsure of what we're doing, feel free to ask a question. We have David Gear here and he has a lot of experience and he's here to help us out through this. So, I want everybody to feel comfortable that you know your role. And if you don't, you can ask. It's all right. It's not something that we handle very often, but let's do this in a correct way and deliberate properly. So, essentially we have a few options that we can take. We could take no action. We could revoke the use review approval. We could impose additional conditions or modifications to carry out the purposes of the original approval, or we could seek enforcement remedies. And that doesn't mean that we can direct the enforcement arm of the city of Boulder to enforce the terms of the use review. It means that we can request that the enforcement arm of the city of Boulder go out to the site and enforce the code and enforce the use review as they see in their discretion fit. So to me, those are really our options. What we have in front of us is a body of evidence that was presented to us by the complainant, and we have a body of evidence that was presented to us by staff, and we have a body of evidence that was presented to us by the respondent. And so now I would open up the floor to anyone who wants to begin discussing what reviewing that body of evidence has rendered in them as a response. So I'll cede the floor to Lisa first, and then John Gerstle.
I just wanted to ask, Harmon, do we go through an order as we would with other things? That is, do we consider first, is it, meeting the current use review, or do we just kind of have a broad ranging discussion?
Well, I think if you want to address that, Lisa, if you want to just go through the use review characteristics and whether you believe that it's meeting the conditions of that approval, I think that's fine. I'm also open to people making general comments.
Okay, I don't have them all pulled up in front of me, but on my review of the original use review and staff's recommendations and what we've heard from people tonight, it seems clear that the current uses, or at least the recent uses of this past summer, did not meet the use review as written. So I guess at a minimum, I would recommend that we, in which, I don't know if I call him the defendant, but which the restaurant owner and operator has said he is interested in doing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I think that was outside the use review, and then we can get more fine-grained on some of the other uses that have been happening over time.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I just wanted to start out by disclosing that I've personally visited the restaurant a few days ago just to get a feel for what was going on there. not going in the restaurant, but going in the alley and going around it just to view it. So I just wanted to make it clear that, that I had done that.
Okay. Well, thanks for doing that, John. And why don't we all provide our disclosures if there are any additional disclosures other planning board members would like to make around ex parte communications or contacts or reasons why you might be conflicted or have to recuse yourself. So I'll just open it up to other board members in this case. Okay, that's it for disclosures. Any other thoughts, Sarah?
So I thought that staff did a really first-rate job on this, and I support generally their recommendations. I do think it would make sense, or I'd like to suggest that we talk a bit about the issue of amplification. It does sound like that's something that is unclear in much the same way periodic is not defined. So that's where I'd like to start. I support staff recommendations, but perhaps we can refine it a bit with a discussion of amplification.
Anybody want to jump in on that? Okay, well, before you do, I just wanted to point out, the complainant talked about the way that the sound is being measured, and but just so that everybody knows the code. The code has a table in section 5-9-3 describes what the allowable decibel level is at the property line of a complainant's property. And for residential, between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m., and for our discussion, that's the only time frame that probably matters given the times that we've heard, it's 55. And for mixed use and other, it's 65. And the question is, where was the sound received? So to the east and west of the subject property, we have MU3 zoning. And so the decibel limit at the property line would be a measured 65 decibel limit because it's mixed use and that maximum is 65. The back property line or the south property line abutting the properties on Walnut, which are zoned RH2, residential high, that's a residential district. And so that would be limited to 55. So a complainant in the Walnut Street house that's behind the restaurant could complain at 55 decibels. Their complaint should be cognized by code enforcement. But for the properties that are on the Pearl Street frontage that are east and west of the subject property, which are in the mixed use district, we can't exceed 65.
So Harmon, I really appreciate you pointing that out to us, and it does bring up just a note that I didn't think to make before, so I appreciate you triggering this. There were almost no references to code in the staff memo, which, given that we've never dealt with this before, is a challenge, and it might be helpful in going forward that this kind of reference code just be noted when it's a thing we need to refer to.
Okay. Lisa?
So I was thinking about this a lot when I was reading through it, and thank you. I had looked at that piece of code as well, and kind of trying to parse out how, and I think some of this frankly isn't necessarily within planning board's purview. But I believe the police were called out. I haven't looked at those police reports. Hopefully they took the trouble to take an actual decibel reading, which I think we heard they did. It's not unusual to have some degree of noise conflict in a residential area or an area where mixed use abuts residential. And so while it was clear to me around the use review issues, and I also really appreciate what staff did, it was harder for me to parse out what the actual constraints were regarding legality of the noise level, and it sounded like there hadn't been, at least in the times when enforcement had called out that it hadn't exceeded the decibel. We see this a lot with like houses close to Chautauqua. We see it with other areas on Pearl Street. And so I guess I would just welcome ideas from other board members and perhaps also clarification from legal staff or planning staff kind of around what the constraints are with that in terms of what city code actually allows for any usage, even if it was a house playing a trumpet or something. Because it seems to me that there may be things that we can do and also things that we're somewhat limited on doing. So thank you for bringing that up, Harmon. And again, there's also quiet use and enjoyment and, you know, and how periodic it is and so on comes up. But I just kind of trying to piece all of that together and figure out, okay, what can we actually do or say, and what's just an allowed use was less clear to me.
Lupita.
Yes. I just like to make a couple comments. I think that focusing on code, and also this is our first hearing of this kind. And I like to think that we can approach it, or at least I am trying to approach it as a little bit of a mediation, in the sense that I really wanted to hear the story from both sides and kind of see the image that it comes out of. My questions were designed to get information from a group and see if people agree with it. So I think I got part of what I wanted to see. And so with regards to some of the key elements here, I think the noise situation is something that we definitely need to clarify. Unfortunately, I wish we had data that we can just kind of clearly say it is above 55 or above 65. That would make life easier. But certainly moving forward, I will say that will be something that we definitely have to clarify. The other biggest concern that I found, or at least the biggest imposition in terms of imposition onto the neighbors, and we got repeated stories, inconsistent stories, was with regards to the effect to parking. And I think that the story was very consistent. And I would like to keep that in mind in terms of how we can make sure that, based on what we have in front of us, we can take care of these things in a manner that hopefully continues to provide opportunity for business to make a living if they can in this pandemic, but also address the needs of the community. So I just want to make it clear from what I'm coming from is trying to find some more of a compromise, but meeting codes, but in a way that hopefully both sides will be willing to come together on.
So, Peter, I might have passed over you. I'm sorry if I didn't see your hand up.
Right. I wanted to echo what Lisa said, and Lupita covered some of that as well, that I want to be careful that we're sticking with what is in front of us, because we've all lived or had that option to live next to a restaurant, or, you know, this is not Broadway, but it's Pearl Street. And those are choices that are made in terms of noise and sound, and having people working at a restaurant making noise after their off shift. I don't think that's what we're here for, and that's not what this board's for, and that's not what public money is for, to spend for us to do that. And I want to be careful that while I sympathize, I think we all have our horror stories about that. That's not what this venue's for. So, and Harmon, I look to you to help us, or at least to help us ask the right questions to David, to stay within the bounds of what we're here to do. Because if we're reaching back in time, and there's what happened, you know, we heard from the liquor board member of the public who spoke, former member, and then we heard about these series of different moves that were made that were violations or infractions, or the fog of war, which is running a business period, much less in a pandemic. And then we have what's in front of us that we can do now to fix this. And I just wanted to really stay focused on what that is, because it's unclear to me how far we're supposed to reach back into this whole situation, because I don't think that's what we're appointed for. And I don't think it would be a proper use of resources.
So Peter, I'm going to just briefly respond. we have a staff recommendation in front of us, which applies some conditions that staff has drafted for us, which, largely seem sensible and in fact, largely seem like they're acceptable to the property owner. As far as reaching back in time and going beyond our basis or beyond our authority or our discretion as a board, it's basically the same as conditions that we would apply to a site review. If we need a condition, if we believe that we need a condition in order to make the in this case respondent, but usually an applicant, make the use compliant, then we can add a condition. And so, like you said, I'm not sure we want to get into employees breaking down the restaurant at the end of the night and their behavior. That's probably an issue that needs to be discussed between neighbors and the owner. But if you can find a way to look at the conditions that are already in the approved use review and make a condition that you think is necessary to meet those conditions of approval, and that has to do with breaking down the restaurant at the end of the night, you can suggest such a condition, but you need to tie it back to the conditions of the use review that was approved. David Ensign?
Yeah, okay, well, I agree with a lot of the observations that have been made. I do agree that I would support the motion to find that this the use condition, the uses have been violated. I think that I would support that, that there's been enough evidence presented that I would agree that there have been violations. And in terms of the staff recommendations, I guess the couple things that I'm really interested in talking about, I support the staff recommendation number 2 of imposing additional conditions. And I think that might be enough. I don't really know that we really need to get into enforcement. We're in a difficult time for businesses, and I think that enforcement folks have their job to do. With regards to the additional conditions, I guess I would be willing to discuss whether no amplified music, as it's stated in the staff recommendation, is enough. It seems pretty clear. And I guess in number 3 under those conditions, whether if we stated that it will be consistent with the approved plans for use, does that mean that, I'm not clear as to what happens, for example, to the Airstream. That Airstream has been there for a long time, I think. With the COVID exceptions, does that mean it can stay in that parking pad? Because it seems to me that it might be nice to move it out of the parking pad so that the alleyway is more clear. And that would be consistent with the original approval, right? And then I'm a little unclear about where it would stand with regards to serving drinks out of there if that isn't something that the beverage folks approved. So I'm unclear as to how the COVID loosening of restrictions would interplay with number 3. So whether we need to clarify that or just ask staff what would happen, that would be interesting. David, can you talk to that?
So just in terms of what the licensed premises is, and I think that's what the issue that people were addressing with the Beverage Licensing Authority, that's within the enforcement purview of the BLA. And just from listening to the testimony tonight, it sounds like that they were informed that they were out of compliance with their licensed premises and that they've taken action to remedy that. So that's clearly beyond the scope of what this board would do. I don't really see this as a noise issue as it is a, what their approval stated with regard to an accessory use related to the outdoor performances. And I think that that's reflected in the staff's proposed conditions on page 12 of the packet. And then maybe I would just ask Charles Farrow to talk about our the emergency orders related to really trying to support our restaurants. And I believe, they've been pretty well supported by our council, but to go through a little bit of the history of that.
All right, thanks, David. So to Shabnam's point in her presentation, the applicant initially took advantage of the city's outdoor expansion program that was stood up in the springtime, recognizing the challenges that restaurants are facing right now. Staff worked to stand up a winter program that would allow things like heated tents. So the applicant has since taken advantage of that, and I think will continue on through the winter, taking advantage of the program. With regard to the Airstream, I think what Shabnam and the conditions of approval were suggesting was that since the minimum parking requirements throughout the city have been suspended in order to allow for additional outdoor seating opportunities to support restaurants, particularly during the winter months, it would be possible for the Airstream to remain in place through the end of the winter outdoor seating expansion program. That said, per David's point, don't necessarily know that it will be able to be continued to be used as something that you could serve liquor out of, but it would technically be able to remain in place if it were used for something like seating throughout the winter months. But I think the condition is suggesting that once the outdoor expansion program is over, the site has to return to the condition as it was approved in its most recent minor modification from, what was it, 2016, I think.
Okay, that I think clarifies it, because when I read through the section on the COVID, loosening, I couldn't tell that it was that clear that the Airstream could stay there. And I would say that, just my reaction to that, since we are deliberating, is that, we are in a tough time, and if there is an end to this, to the time at which it can be parked in that pad, then I think that, it's a temporary thing that we all kind of live with to help small businesses have some more flexibility. So that I think is justifiable.
Yeah, and Dave, I want to be clear. It would have to be used to support additional seating opportunities to help get them through the winter months. It wouldn't be able to remain in place if it were being used for storage or, again, to be used as something that, for liquor service.
Okay, that's good clarification.
If I just follow up on that particular item, my understanding is that the COVID emergency disposition is until February.
Correct.
Right. And that from what we heard tonight, it appears that the situation about that Airstream being used as the bar is really not clear that it will continue. They had to stop, and it appeared to me that may not be used for that purpose anymore.
That's correct, unless for some reason the liquor board approved that as a extension of their license.
All right, but just by the tone of the discussion of the comments, it appears to me there's a challenge. So I'm trying to think in terms of what are the chances that, therefore, the only reason why that Airstream will be there and will be there and in compliance will be if it is used for sitting as part of the external extension of the seating area outside, which will make sense because this is somewhat shelter will be better than being outside. It would be nice to know if that's the intention. But if not, there's definitely an issue with the parking that this Airstream really imposing a big problem. So that's kind of where I am. If we can kind of dissect that a little bit, maybe we'll be able to find, a compromise that will help everyone.
I don't know that the applicant has included the use of the Airstream in their proposed outdoor winter seating program, but maybe that's a clarification for the applicant tonight.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that, because the question will be, has that application been submitted already? And if it has, you just said that it wasn't included any specifics about the Airstream for that purpose of seating.
Yeah, why don't we ask the applicant or the respondent right now? Mr. Diner, can you tell us if the Airstream trailer is part of your winter outdoor seating plan in compliance with COVID regulations, temporary regulations?
That's the hope, is that we would have, we do have seating availability in there. So that is the hope, but we're waiting for this meeting to see whether that is something that would work.
Okay. Greg, I see your hands up, Greg, but this is not a time for that. We needed to ask the applicant a question. Okay. I called him the applicant, the respondent here in this case. Okay, so
15 seconds with your permission.
no, it's not, that's not the point of this. We wanted to hear what the respondent's plans are. Okay, so any other thoughts from the planning board? John?
Yeah, I'd like to pursue this question of what is amplified music and what is frequency, the frequency of periodic music performances, because I think that's quite critical. And really, as far as I perceive it, that is really the key issue that we're dealing with, both with respect to the impact on the neighbors and with respect to how well the use review conditions are being complied with. It would be interesting to get legal guidance on the meanings of those terms. I can tell you what it means, what my understanding of those terms is, and that is no amplified music means no electrical amplification of anything, regardless of whether it's an acoustic guitar in front of a microphone or an electric guitar. So to me, it's fairly clear, but I would be interested to learn other people's perceptions. And the other aspect of what periodic music is, 3 times a week. Well, of course, there's a period between the performances, but it sounds like a regular schedule that you're talking about rather than an occasional situation. And so I have to say that I think that's a pretty frequent periodic music performance. So I would be interested in your perceptions of what periodic means.
Hold on, Lisa had her hand up. Lisa?
Yeah, so I would also love some clarification on that. Again, I'm sort of trying to think, like, if I live in a residential area, if between the allowable hours, not over the decibels, 55 decibels that I'm allowed to have, if I were singing or playing on my back deck into a microphone, but it wasn't too loud at my, at my property line, is that an allowable use? And so I'm just trying to understand kind of where those lines cross, keeping in mind the impact on the neighbors and the way that I have deep empathy for that. I mean, and I hear them that it's disturbing them. And again, I wonder how that falls under quiet use and enjoyment and other terms like that. I also wonder a little bit about moving to the nuisance, but I don't think we're getting to that kind of legal jargon. But yeah, I'm just trying to understand like what's allowed to happen, what's not. I think about, like, I live in South Boulder. Cafe Soleil has acoustic music with a mic all the time. So does Southern Sun, typically indoors, not outdoors. And they don't have residences right on top of them. I also think about Pearl Street coffee shops, things like that. So I'm trying to also understand kind of the legal implications of that and how we should think about it in terms of the use review in this particular case.
Okay, well, I'm just going to respond really quick, and then I'm going to call on Lupita and then Sarah. You know, the difference, Lisa, between you and your backyard and a commercial business that's got a use review is that the use review is basically a contract between the owner and the city saying that there are certain standards that have been agreed upon. And you've never agreed with your neighbors or the city about anything except that tacitly you're not going to break the noise ordinance. So I think John was on the right track when he's trying to figure out what does periodic mean, you know, because those are the words that we have to interpret.
That's right. Yeah. That's exactly where it's going to go. I think that the most useful approach will be to trying to define better the nebulous parts of the situation. So defining periodic, well, periodic means it repeats. So, but what's the frequency of that periodic series would be a useful thing for us to determine. So it appears that the owner of the restaurant interpreted periodic as 3 times a week, which it went up because of COVID situation where, like I said, when I asked the question about what was the extraneous circumstances by which he felt that it was appropriate to increase the frequency to 6 days a week, as opposed to 3 days a week, which he was using before. And that was the definition that he came out with. It wasn't handed out to him, but this is something where we can help. Then we can come to an agreement of what that means now. And there will be a number associated with that that is not to be, you know, broken or, you know, exceeded. That would be very helpful. And in regards to the noise level, well, we do have some standards based on the, you know, whether we are within an area is 65 or 55. We can kind of come out to an agreement, you know, say this is how it's interpreted from this body, because, you know, the property itself has the limit of 65, but just across literally a line, which could be very thin, it becomes 55, I'm sorry. So 65 for the business and for the neighbors is 55. So this is something where we can make clear how we are interpreting these things, but also I will suggest in some of the parts where there may be some additional discussions and agreements that the neighbors and the owner have to come to terms. And I mentioned the issue of mediation. It occurred to me that, you know, they have to have some discussions on their own, and I recommend that maybe they can reach out to the city to get some support for in the area of what is it, restorative justice. There are people in the city have been trained to help in this sort of situation where people have disagreements, that you don't necessarily have to go to boards or to, you know, to the law to solve problems that could be addressed. The ones that we should be addressing is the things that regards to the code. This is the part where the board has purview, but I will highly suggest and recommend that these two parties, you know, look forward after this, trying to do some sort of restorative justice discussions so that they can come out of this system understanding each other and finding a common ground. So I will suggest that we can focus on, you know, defining periodic. That will be a good place to start.
And Sarah, it's your turn. And then-
Okay, thank you. So I feel like what I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Lupita about the restorative justice process. Yes, go ahead.
One sec. I saw David Gear was raising his hand. He might need to jump in, and then we'll go to you. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you.
I just wanted to raise one point that it's just been bantered about tonight in different ways. But first of all, the noise ordinance is enforced by the police and code enforcement, not by the planning board. So that's where, and the reasonable, quiet enjoyment same thing. It's done in the municipal court, not here. But the standard, and I think Harmon explained this earlier, that the sound is measured at the receiving property line. So on that southern property line, they have a requirement to have a lower sound level for those properties across the street. They can be a little bit higher with their neighbors on the east side or west side or the north side, because that's, you know, the different land uses. So they still have to meet that lower sound standard at the rear property line.
Without cutting into Sarah's time, may I ask a follow-up question while we're on this topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, thank you, Harmon and David, for the clarification. I really appreciate that. Part of why I was asking about it was that I heard, you know, from Sarah and from other members of the board around, you know, how do we define acoustic? And I know that which I think was in the original use review. So I'd love clarification on whether we shouldn't even be thinking about that and should only be focusing on periodic. But the reason why I thought it was interesting is because, like on Pearl Street, for example, we define amplification as any form of amplification. However, that means you can play an unamplified instrument, like a brass instrument, like a trumpet. There's a wonderful performer who plays and tap dances and who's delightful, which is significantly louder than, you know, a vocalist or most vocalists, or a violin typically. So, you know, I'm just wondering, is that something we should even be looking at, this amplification thing? Do you feel like that really does only fall under the code enforcement, or is that within the purview of the use review? And then just to point out that amplification isn't the end all be all of how loud it's going to be. It's also the instrument.
Right. Well, and I just think that, you know, in terms of, we've used acoustic a lot in approvals over the years. Frankly, when I go and like try to figure out what it means, you know, whether it's acoustic or amplification, I would just go straight to the dictionary and look at the term. And, you know, I think that John Gerstle threw out a definition, which basically it's what the dictionary says. So that's a good guideline just in terms. And then, you know, if you know, go to what the staff recommendation, it appears like they are trying to say period, you know, and I think it's the second condition maybe that they're trying to say that, you know, periodic means 3 times a week. That's, you know, they're trying to define it that way. So they're addressing it through just, you know, basically setting a standard for what it is. And then they say no amplification. And frankly, if I were interpreting what amplification is, it's like amplification is anything that is increasing the volume of what you're doing. So whether it's electronic, mechanical, whatever, I think all of those things would fall under the purview of amplification.
Great, thank you.
I guess there was one last thing that I've heard people make distinctions about, but I think it says no amplified music in the staff recommended condition, but there has been kind of a conversation that you all have been having about should it just be amplified sound rather than, you know, limiting it only to music.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much for that. And it's good to see you, David.
Yep, good to see you as well, Lisa.
Sarah, sorry that took so long.
No, it was really helpful. It was very helpful. I think it addressed the issues of amplification. It addressed the issue of periodic. What it doesn't address one item, which I don't think anyone's brought up yet, which is how long the music can last on any given of the 3 days a week, because conceivably, I mean, they serve lunch. They could start music at 11 in the morning and go all the way to 9 p.m. at night. So I just want to put that on the table. And then just to come back to the thought I had originally started with in terms of Lupita's proposal, I actually don't think this is a conversation necessarily between the complainant and the respondent any longer. That's why they're here. I feel like what we're really being asked to do is to revise the use review conditions. I mean, I essentially feel like that's what we're being asked to do. And And the only reason we're being asked to do it is because we've been asked to find whether the existing, whether the respondent has violated the existing use review. And I think my sense is we're all in agreement that yes, those conditions were violated. And so now the secondary question, or the second question, is how do we want to revise them? And I think for me, the only question still open in terms of what the city staff has proposed is this question of how long can music be played on any of the 3 days that fall into the definition of 3 days a week that fall into the definition of periodic. And I don't know if staff has a suggestion or if that's something, but I do think that's an issue worth asking.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Charles, you had your hand up, and sorry, I wanted to let Sarah finish.
Thanks.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to note that David's suggestion on using the term amplified sound also, I think, helps with enforceability. When we're not talking about just live music, if there's a DJ, if someone has an iPod, that's being played through a PA, that it addresses all those. So I think that that's also helpful when it comes to enforcement.
David Ensign, and you're muted. You got to unmute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to then acknowledge that there was still a question brought up by John as to whether no more than 3 days per week qualifies as what do we call it, periodic or whatever. And to me, no more than 3 times seems okay. I don't know what the rest of the planning board members are feeling about that, but as a definition of periodic performances, I think that would make sense to me. And I just wanted to also highlight that in the approved uses, the word acoustic is only used. There's nothing about amplified. So if we say no amplified, that does add that on very specifically. Acoustic music can have microphones in front of you, I think. So.
Okay, well, I will say that I feel that the thing that Sarah brought up about time is important because, she was right when she said that we're adding conditions to an existing use review. And from what I can see in the approved use review, the language talks about in no way do we intend to create a concert venue of any kind or to promote ourselves as a live music destination. We do plan to have outdoor speakers. So we would be taking away speakers, by the way, now that I read this, if we said acoustic only, because right now they are allowed to have outdoor speakers under the condition that's under their own statement, their operations plan. We'd be modifying their operations plan. But the point I started to make, which I'll get back to, is that the noise piece only says we will close by 10 p.m. on weekdays and 11 p.m. on weekends. It doesn't say when the noise needs to stop or when the music needs to stop. So I agree that to the extent that we want to start putting limitations on how much music, specifying when the music has to come to an end is an important thing to do. David Ensign, and then John Gerstle.
Yeah, in the recommendation from staff, it does say the live music shall end no later than 9 p.m. So from that standpoint, we could add something like for no more than 3 days a week and for no more than 4 hours per day or something if we think that it would be important to limit how many hours live music would be.
Okay, thanks for catching that. I don't know how I missed that right there in the condition. 9 p.m. Okay.
But if like I say, if we're concerned about duration, we could consider adding on a, for no more than a certain number of hours per that.
Okay.
I believe that's probably what Sarah was saying. That's how I interpreted her comment.
Was John next? Yeah, John. And you'll need to unmute, John.
So I'm still stumbling over the periodic music, and also the statement by the applicant, now the owner of the restaurant, that he was not intending this to be a concert venue. I think 3 times a week is getting to be a concert venue. So if it's up to me, I would reduce the frequency. I think that means he could have, under the 3 days a week, he could have it Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. That's a concert venue, in my opinion.
I have a question here.
Okay, Peter.
A concert venue is a concert venue. A restaurant that has music 3 days a week is a restaurant that has music 3 days a week. Do you buy a ticket to the music and that's it? Or do you buy a ticket? Do you buy dinner and you get the music with the dinner? Let's not call this a concert venue if it's a restaurant that has music as part of the meal. I want to be careful that we're not making up a concert venue where there's not a concert venue.
Peter, can I just respond to that? The staff memo notes that at least this summer, the restaurateur was charging a cover charge for, or a musician's fee, or some, there was a name for it that was specifically related to the music. And he had his reasons to do it, but it does sort of go to what you just asked.
But the question I was trying to get to, can you go there just for the music and not buy anything to eat or drink at all because you're really just there for the music, which makes it a concert venue? And the 3 days a week point is separate from what happened over the summer, is it not? Going forward?
Well, I think, I don't know whether it's separate from, I think the
We're rolling forward, not backwards.
Yeah, I mean, again, the question we're being asked is to decide whether the restaurant was violating its use review, its use, its
Sorry.
uses. And the answer is yes, it was. I think the answer is yes, it was. So now going forward, how are we thinking about reframing or revising the uses that find a balance between the restaurant's needs to economic needs and the neighbors' needs for some quiet? And I think these are all really, I mean, we'd be having the same conversation if it was a use review that was coming before us for the first time.
Oh, may I finish? Sarah, may I finish?
Yeah.
I don't think 3 days a week is, I think 3 days a week is periodic, and I don't think it makes it a concert venue. So my definition of periodic, 3 days a week, works. Because no music venue could exist if it was only open 3 days a week. Therefore, it's not a music venue. It's a restaurant that has music periodically, which is 3 days a week.
So I think, it sounds oh, can I jump in? I should wait to be called on. It sounds to me like the two kind of things that we are thinking of changing or enhancing the staff recommendation to the changing conditions would be to potentially say, to potentially expand on amplified music a bit, to make it a little more clear that it includes any microphone usage potentially, and that we are debating whether the 3 times per week is periodic. Are there other people who think 3 times is too much? Because I'm okay with 3, but I don't know if there are others who
Well,
are.
let's do a negative poll. Is there, who thinks that 3 times a week is more than periodic, does not constitute periodic? I see John. Okay, I think we're going to be able to approve 3 times a week. Also, in condition number 3 proposed by staff, let's take a negative poll and find out who believes that 3 captures enough of the site design issues specifically around the airstream that we can support that? So who can't support condition number 3 or thinks that needs to be tweaked further?
Let me just ask one question on that. You know, will there be a, is there an enforcement mechanism that will make sure that that gets resolved? You know, once we say, because it's pretty clear to me that it does, that the original use that was approved is clear. So if we can be assured that somebody's going to go do an inspection or something, then yeah.
You know, so right now, the airstream is in the van loading area, okay? And the only reason that it can be allowed to stay there is if it has some winter benefits to allow for additional seating and use of the approved use. So if it turns out that the van isn't promoting any or allowing for additional use in the yard area there, then irrespective of condition number 3, that airstream can be forced to be moved right now, okay? And if it does help with the COVID emergency order's intent, then it has to be moved and the van loading space has to be restored after those emergency orders expire. So, you know, if nobody in the neighborhood cares and enforcement doesn't get a call, you know, it may not get handled immediately, and I wouldn't expect it to, because Boulder is a complaint-based enforcement system. But if people are on top of it and they want to see that moved, it's going to get moved eventually after the emergency orders expire, or if it's shown that it doesn't meet the intent of the emergency orders now. So I'm fine with 3 the way it's written right now.
But Dave, to answer your question, we'll only see a handful of these types of applications for the wintertime, things for like elaborate tents. And the summer program we worked with all of the operators to break stuff down that they had in the right of way and stuff. So while I wouldn't say that we have a formal inspection regime set up, we are following up with folks who are taking advantage of the program to make sure that when it ends in February, that things would be broken down and that the site is restored back to its original approved condition.
Great.
Okay, so now I think that the rest of the questions, unless we have completely additional conditions that we're thinking of applying, it seems to me like the direction that we're going is to modify the conditions of the use review. I'm seeing head nodding because there are other options. Let's take a poll. Does anybody want to revoke the use review? Raise your hand. Okay, so no interest in that option. Does anybody want to just request that enforcement go take a look at it, which is the 3rd option that was given by staff in the report? Okay, there's no interest in that. So we're in number 2 land. We're in apply additional conditions. And the additional conditions that are in front of us so far, we're fine with number 3 as a group, which is the one about the restoration of the site plan at the end of the emergency orders effective period. And we seem to be largely fine with at least part of 2, which says that periodic music is 3 days a week does constitute periodic music in the approved management plan. Besides John Gerstle, I think 6 of us are okay with that. So there's an additional piece about the music ending no later than 9, but we were talking about adding a maximum number of hours per day, possibly. So can I get Sarah to weigh in on, she's nodding.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that the duration question was put on the table, but I don't know what the right number is, but I do think there does need to be a duration stated.
Okay. Does anybody want to offer a duration?
I would offer 4 hours per day.
Okay. Lupita?
Actually, I believe that based on what they have been doing so far, we can start what that number is. And, I think 4 may even be too long. I don't know. If it's only in the evenings, 3 hours probably more than enough. But if it is spent throughout the day, then 4 may make sense. So is there, I thought I saw something about having 2 sessions of about an hour each, which adds up to 2 hours a day. So to me, going up to 4 is doubling what they were doing before. And this is really going by memory. I don't remember if I've gotten it right, but that's sort of how it went in my mind. Do we
Yeah, I
have
mean,
that?
shall I go?
Yes.
Lupita? I don't know if we need to necessarily match the particular restaurant's needs so much as to think about what would be a reasonable number, right? If you think it should be a little shorter, we could do that, look at that. But I thought 4 hours would just keep it to where, if they wanted to do a couple of 2-hour sets, they could, from 5 to 7 and 8 to, and 7 to 9 or something like that. But
Okay, who would not accept David's proposal of 4 hours? Okay, I think we're gonna be okay with 4 hours. Lupita?
I'm feeling for the students who have to endure that every day. I was in their shoes sometimes, but I never really have to deal with that sort of level of noise. But I have had noise outside my bedroom. I live in a home and it's residential, and it has been very disruptive for my sleep in the summers when the window had to be open. And sometimes we had neighbors who were renting, and it wasn't next door to me, it's much farther than that. And they were very disruptive. So I'm trying to think about, from my own experience, how bad that was. So even 4 hours sounds like a lot to me. Bringing it down to 3 hours may be a little bit better on my perspective, but I don't know. I will vote with the group, but that's kind of like where I'm coming from.
Well, let's try to get to a consensus if we can, or at least a majority. Who would prefer 3 hours to 4 hours? Get hands up.
I don't have a preference, but I'm fine with 3 or, I mean, it's a little bit just pulled out of the air. So I'm fine with 3 or 4.
Okay. Lisa?
I'm trying to think of like when you do a set, and there won't be sound checks, so that won't be as much of a big deal, but just kind of getting there, getting set up, getting everything in place. I don't mind 4. 3 feels a little tight. I think David's point around sets is a good one. I'm less concerned about the noise because of the ending at 9 o'clock and the enforceability of that now. So I guess I'm arguing a bit more toward 4, but I could also have my arm twisted into 3.
I think we have a relatively reasonable majority here at 4 hours. David, did you want to add something?
I'll just, yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if people would like me to, and then we could bounce it around. I did want to just remind us before we make the motion that with regards to the noise, always you have the ability to complain if it's more than 55 decibels, right? So, so remember, regardless of how this shakes out, if there are 55 decibels reaching those residential areas, then that can be dealt with on a complaint basis.
You have the right to get your temperature checked, to confirm or deny symptoms, and to complain if it's over 55 decibels.
All right, now, David, before you make a motion, I might suggest that we handle one more thing, because otherwise we're going to have to kick it around during the discussion of the motion.
Cool.
With the definition of amplified music and acoustic. And, I'll just say that we heard the owner of River and Woods say that without a microphone for the vocalist, you might as well not have anything. Or, maybe you'd only be able to have a non-vocal music. You might have chamber music or, acoustic bluegrass with no singing or something like that. So I think, given the fact that it's been brought up and that there's an ambiguity in the staff report where the conditions of approval speak to no amplified music and acoustic live performances, which seem to be pretty clearly not amplified. But then in the body of the text, the staff report talks about having one speaker, which is pulling back from the multiple speakers that are in the approved management plan. I think the door is open and we've just got to resolve it. Peter?
I think that the the PA, the use of the amplification for the vocals, the performer, for the acoustic instrument, the difference between having an amp, when you plug in an amp, I mean, anyone who's, I'm not a musician, but I've been to enough events. So you need a certain amount of amplification for acoustic music. Otherwise, you're not going to get the performers who have the voices that don't carry, which is it X's out an entire group of performers who may not shout or sing as loud or play as loud. And you end up just getting it. We're missing the point here. And I do agree we need to define it, but there's a difference between plugging in a stack of amps and plugging in some house sound so that the musicians can be heard. So if we're going to need to define that here and now, then if that's what we need to do, let's do it.
I think we do. Any other thoughts?
I'll just respond. To David's point, there is the noise regulations. So if the amplification goes above 55, then I know it creates work for the neighbors, but it is the law at the moment, and so that's a external factor that can take into account the amplification, and if it's just amplification of the singer's voice, maybe that's all right. I'll take Peter's point. I don't go to concerts very often, so I'll take Peter's point as accurate. Trying to drive, and as Harmon pointed out, the original use review conditions do allow for a speaker. So in some ways, we'd be taking away something that's already allowed, and that they were not violating that condition.
So I'm just going to say I agree with Peter. I agree with Sarah. And I'm really very taken by Lisa's point about, a brass instrument or a drum. These can be extremely loud with no amplification at all. So I'm fine with a speaker. And I think, in the staff report, there's a statement on page 6, which says the written statement lists the various actions taken by the restaurant to accommodate Mr. Kass, including limiting amplification to a single speaker, relocating the speakers to a far end of the outdoor area. Now, obviously this wasn't enough for Mr. Kass, but, at some level, I think that clause limiting amplification to a single speaker is going to help us write our condition if we want to allow a single speaker. So Lisa, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, well, and I don't want to belabor the point, but just to follow up on what Peter said and what Sarah said, I think not allowing any degree of amplification would severely constrain, who could be there. In fact, I think it'd probably exclude most vocalists and a lot of acoustic guitar, not simply because of the space, but because it's outdoors and because people are also eating and drinking and talking while they're out there. So the ambient noise level is relatively high. So I would also support the single speaker and microphone, and hopefully for the respondent, we've talked a lot about the noise concerns. So I hope that along with a single speaker would help address the issue.
Lupita, and then Peter, and then John.
I just want and I'd like to see there are apps out there for decibel meters, and there's free and reliable apps that I think the neighbors could be used. And this is part of what I think that some of these agreements can be done within the neighbors and the owners without us being part of it. That we set up the parts that belongs to us and they can go further with. And suggestion is, have the provisions for speakers, namely the singers, being able to amplify so that they have, performers who, they need it for their performances. And the neighbors have a way to monitor that they don't go above the levels that are desirable, and then that they have an agreement that when this happens, they will let the owner know that maybe they need to go down a little bit. And that should be able to be done among human beings who can reason and have a conversation where everybody wants to live in a comfortable place, make a living, and enjoy a community. To me, there's parts to be done with codes, and there are parts to be done as human beings who can reason and agree. So I'm good so far, but I think that there are other things that they could do on their own after this that definitely would make this experience a lot more pleasurable for everybody.
Yeah, I thought I called on Peter and then John.
Sure. I'll just add in the last final point that amplification in a setting like this doesn't always equate to volume. There are certain instruments and effects on those instruments that amplification allows to exist. So I think I'm glad we're taking this nuanced approach. And I liked how Sarah reminded us, along with David, that there's a ceiling here and it's a decibel level. And let's try to maintain the level of fine things in this town, and musical performance being an appreciation of it being one of them within bounds of sound. Done.
I think I called on John Gerstle next, then David, right? Yeah.
Okay, I guess I have a couple thoughts. One, in response to Lupita, I'm not sure how realistic it is to expect these discussions among neighbors to take place and be effective. You have people moving in and out of the apartments across the alley regularly. So, I mean, I don't think it's realistic to expect every time a new neighbor moves into an apartment to have a discussion with the restaurant owner and expect him to be willing to accommodate them, because he knows they're going to be gone in 6 months or a year anyway. So I think that is why we are here, is to decide what is appropriate behavior on the part of the restaurant owner and what are appropriate conditions. It would be great if everyone could talk together and agree, but I think there's a certain power imbalance and an impermanence that renders that unrealistic in this case. But the other point I wanted to make, just with respect to the amplification, is that it doesn't matter if you have only one speaker. If they crank it up and it's a big speaker, I don't think you're accomplishing much by placing a condition like that on it. I think I understand that some types of music and some instruments work better with speakers, but the restaurant owner can determine what sort of music works well in his area without speakers. And then you have an easy to enforce objective determination of what he's allowed to do.
John, before I go to David, I'm just going to say that I totally agree with you. And, I even have experience with a nightclub that had a whole array of speakers that were arranged by a very, very high technology sound design firm, which allowed the speakers to kind of cancel each other out, so that it was very hard to hear any sound bleed over the property line to neighboring properties, because they had 46 speakers or whatever. So I think maybe the way that we craft the condition is that, speakers, to the extent that they're necessary to amplify, voice, or something it's more soft than a hard number like 1, but makes it clear that we're not looking for loud music. David?
Yeah, I'm glad you stopped me, because this discussion does change any sort of motion that I'm trying to draft here as we go along. The first, number 1 says there shall be no amplified music in the back outdoor area before the acoustic live music thing. Do we intend that to mean just recorded music? Is that what people are interpreting that as? Because then we go on to have this more intense discussion about the live music performances. So I don't know how people were taking number 1 as no amplified music, period.
I thought what we had talked about was changing the word music to sound.
Okay. I was actually thinking, yeah, okay. Amplified sound. Because certainly when you have a microphone and speakers, you're amplifying sound. So that number one becomes a little problematic. I was thinking we could put in number two a phrase like acoustic live music can include microphone amplification with speaker but no electronic instruments, or acoustic live music can include microphone and amplification with speaker necessary for performance quality, reasonable performance quality, or something like that. But
there's no that doesn't mean that's not a definition of something, right?
Yeah, but I know that's what people were trying to get at before, was to try to allow for limited use of microphone speaker in a way that could be acceptable.
Lisa?
I think if we can stick with what we were before, the amplification of the speaker being the human being that needs for performance, but no instruments. As long as the ultimate level does not exceed the codes that we already have. So you just kind of pile that, because what we want is to be able to have the performers to do their job, but knowing that the instruments should not be part of that, if that's what we want. Because we talked about speakers in terms of people who want to give speeches for, I don't know, graduations, but misfas or weddings, which usually are used, but they still have to be under code. They cannot go above a certain level, decibel. And so I think that different pieces can be kind of placed into the wording so that we can make it all work out. I don't really see a problem.
You can do whatever you want as long as it's under the allowed decibel level.
And we don't have to place that in the condition at all, because that applies to every use in the city. So I think, I'm coming up with some ideas, and Dave, not to steal your thunder, but
go ahead.
So I'm writing here. One, we could change to there shall be no amplified recorded music in the backyard outdoor area, if that's what we're trying to accomplish. If we don't want a stereo playing in the backyard. I don't know if that is what we're trying to accomplish or what the owner wants. But to the extent that that's what we're really trying to limit in one.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite hear what you said. Was it one speaker or one microphone?
In one, just adding the word recorded, there shall be no amplified recorded music in the backyard area, outdoor area. Then, so that handles that kind of music. And then live music performances in the backyard area shall be limited to acoustic instruments, vocals amplified to the extent, to a reasonable extent, and then the hours. Sarah?
I still think item one, instead of using I'm fine with the proposed changes you're making, but instead of recorded music, I just think it should be, if it can be recorded music or recorded sound. Or sound. I mean, I just feel like you do want to make sure that your music is, I'm sure we're getting way too in the weeds here, but music is a specific thing, and speeches and toasts and are other things. And I just want to think we should cover both.
How about there shall be no amplified sound in the backyard outdoor area except as specified below? And then in the next one, you allow for amplified vocals.
Right, and are we specifying just one speaker?
No, I don't think people wanted that.
Yeah, it's missing the point. You can have multiple, you can have multiple speakers, which make it quieter because you don't have to take one speaker and turn it up. You can have speakers spread out around an outdoor area and have them all very low. So we got to remember what we're trying to achieve here. And we're not sound audio technicians either. And we're just trying to keep it quiet for the neighbors, period. And there's a lot of ways to do that. And I think that Harmon explained that with the ability to use multiple speakers, if that is the investment an owner wanted to make in order to achieve the goals, satisfying their clientele and the neighbors, they can do that.
I've been continuing to try to draft some verbiage. We could say acoustic live music can include microphone vocal amplification with speaker, but no instrument amplification.
What about those instruments that are so fine that you can't hear, or certain effects of a stringed instrument
Okay,
that
so
we
we
need
don't
to
want
amplify in order to hear what the artist is trying to do? I mean, if we need to get into this, let's get into it, and let's not render this soulless, musicless town of people miming sounds in a backyard.
Yeah, but
Because
my original,
the restaurant.
original verbiage that I put forth was acoustic live music can include microphone microphone amplification with speaker, period. And people objected to that and said that they only wanted vocal, but maybe the people who objected were in the minority. I'm happy with acoustic live music can include microphone amplification with speaker, because that just kind of says that if you're doing acoustic live music, you may need to have that. But I don't know if that's enough.
If I may interject, as a vocalist, you want like one mic on the guitar if the guitar is accompanying you, and then you want one mic on the vocalist. You don't want them both on a single. So I wouldn't recommend going down to one mic.
It doesn't say one. Yeah, my verbiage doesn't say one mic. It just says include microphone amplification with speakers. So it could be multiple microphones.
I think sorry, I should have just said, I think your original verbiage captures it. And I agree that we probably don't want to get too specific on this. I'm not a sound engineer. I have like a bit of awareness, but I just worry that we're kind of getting into the weeds and in ways that maybe aren't super productive. So.
I mean, we could even add as long as as neighborhood noise restrictions are conformed.
We don't need to do that. The
I know, and we don't need to.
So just so we have something to work off of, and I'm happy to just put it out there to the board. I just sent Cindy some conditions, and Cindy, if you want to put them up and share the screen, maybe we can look at them and make suggestions and change them if necessary.
I haven't gotten them yet, so I'm just waiting.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you, Nevada over there?
Hey, give it a second. It's got to go to space.
I know.
You gotta count them.
I a little bit miss your Halloween background, Cindy.
Oh, well, this is my cornucopia of fall.
I also like this one.
I still haven't got it yet, Harmon.
Weird.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send it from a different email.
There it is.
Great.
I was getting ready to send my version. Ha ha ha.
You could put them both up, David.
No. I'll compare yours, and if I see anything, I'll say something.
Okay.
Okay.
David, thank you though for putting that, for being the first to take a stab at that.
I figured we needed a motion to bounce
I'm
around.
letting us all yell at you, or at least me, sorry. I went to a backyard concert this summer and I heard the most remarkable things done with minor amplification of an instrument that you couldn't have otherwise heard.
Can you see it?
Yep.
I can't. Okay, now I can. Is it large enough for you all to see?
No, it's not. It just went
Suddenly
way.
got smaller.
It went smaller. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to do something if I'm going to be able to edit it. So can you?
Go ahead and put it into a doc, that's fine. Or hit reply or whatever.
That's what I just did. So. Go ahead and discuss.
Well, it doesn't allow, by saying amplified vocals, does that get to what everybody was thinking about? I guess that's I mean.
Yeah, Harmon, can I say something?
Absolutely, go for it.
So since we seem to have gone down a path of amplification, I'm going to say I stand with Lupita about the number of hours of the 3 days a week, the duration to 3 hours.
Would anyone be interested in splitting the difference, doing 3.5 hours, or would you hold firm at 3?
I think 3. This is I'd say 3 at this point.
So that's 6 to 9.
Well, I think I would be, if I wanted to split the difference, I would split the difference by saying that we add the words a total of 3, because that way, if there's a jazz brunch that goes from 10 to 2, they can play during the brunch. They just have to keep that 4-hour period down to 3 hours of performance.
I like
That makes
So
sense.
up to 3 hours,
Well, I would use the word a total of 3 hours.
a total of 3 hours. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I like that because
I'm
I
good with that.
get the issue addressed, and yeah, that's good.
I got to start thinking about being at a jazz brunch. Thanks.
Yeah, we got it. If it's going to be like John Gerstle said, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you definitely want the Sunday one to be a brunch. Maybe not.
Of course, then you can't have an evening performance because you've taken up your 3 hours.
Right? There you go.
I'm gonna share a different screen real quick. So don't panic.
I'm just a little concerned that when we talked about the microphones being placed in front of instruments, whether the wording might make that a little difficult because it says amplified vocals only.
All right. So I made the change you just discussed about the total of 3 hours
Mhm.
right there.
No, we just have to be a little more clear. No more than 3 days per week for a total of 3 hours each of those days, because otherwise it reads as if it's 3 days a week for a total of 3 hours
Yeah, why don't we
over the
say,
week.
and no more than a total of 3 hours per day. Oh, sorry, Cindy, it's below. So after the parenthetical, so after the comma, and, no, you can leave that, you can leave that. Just type in and no more than a. There you go. And then at the end, 3 hours put per day. Great. Any thoughts?
I think there was a good point about where to put the word amplified. And I'm not sure that where I'm thinking is going to meet everyone's requests. but that right now we have amplified only in front of vocals, which makes it sound like you can only amplify vocals, which I don't think was our intent. So maybe it's live music performances in the backyard, outdoor area shall be limited to amplified acoustic instruments and vocals.
I
Maybe
agree.
I think that was what we were hearing. Yeah.
I just want to go back to something David said a couple minutes ago about adding the clause about within the noise ordinance limits. I actually think that's valuable because neighbors, as we heard from the neighbors who spoke, figuring out what is what in the city code is pretty complicated, and most people are not going to spend the time doing it. And I do think it's worth just adding that reference so that if neighbors do have complaints, they know where to go look in the code and be informed.
Sarah, with all due respect to you and our freshly minted attorney complainant, people don't need to know the section of the code to make a noise complaint. If they think it's too loud, they just call in and they just say it's too loud, and then enforcement comes out and looks.
I mean, yeah, I mean, just even though I brought that up earlier, I think nobody in the public is going to read this condition either necessarily. So the fact that they have that recourse doesn't necessarily need to be spelled out here. I mean, well, am I saying that right? Yeah, I mean, it's just as archaic to put it here as to know that it exists anyway, but I don't know.
Well, we've got a motion.
I think Sarah might have. Oh no, you're still there.
I'm here.
Okay, I was waiting for you to react.
Well, I was shot down, so there was no point in reacting.
And I don't consider that being shot down. That was my opinion. But if other members of the board want to support you, they can speak up.
Yeah, they can.
Well, I'm not owning this motion. I just put the language up on the help to get Cindy the language so she could put it up on the screen. I think this is everyone's motion who's worked on it. So is there anyone who wants to make this motion or add to this motion and then make a motion?
I'll make the motion. But should I, do I read the, hold on, the document just closed on me. Am I reading the motion to find the from page 2 of the agenda? Okay, so I move.
Sarah?
Yes.
I think it would be fine if you want to make two motions. If you want to make one that planning board finds the use to be out of compliance and then another applying the conditions, or you can put it in one. And then the only suggestion I would make is instead of saying and subject to the conditions recommended in the staff memo, you just say and subject to the following conditions and then read out.
And I have a request. I prefer it to be two motions because I would like to agree with the first one you proposed, and I won't be supporting the second one.
Okay, so I'm going to make sure I'm clear. I'm going to make a motion that planning board finds that the respondent was the respondent was out of compliance with the use review. Is that correct? That's the first motion?
Yeah, I think you can just take the first clause of this, the first of the sentence, the motion on page 2, that the conditions have not been met, and just
okay. So Okay, so making a motion to find that the conditions of the development agreement for approval LUR 2015-00087 have not been met and are adopting the staff memorandum and its attachments as findings of fact. That's the first motion.
Great. I'll second that. So we have a motion on the table by Silver, seconded by Zuckerman. Is there any discussion to the motion? And I can't see everybody, so just speak. I can't see your hands. Okay, hearing no discussion.
You want me to stop sharing?
No, because Sarah's going to need that in a sec.
Okay.
Thanks, Cindy. So, so then let's make this the motion of the board. The planning board moves to find that the conditions of the development agreement for approval LUR 2015-00087 have not been met, adopting the staff memorandum and its attachments as findings of fact. Can I get a, we're just going to do a roll call vote. So David Ensign.
Aye.
John Gerstle.
Aye.
Sarah Silver.
Aye.
Lupita Montoya.
Aye.
Peter Vitale. I think he said yes.
Oh, aye.
Thanks, Peter Vitale. And Lisa Smith.
Aye.
And I will vote aye. So the first motion passes unanimously. And now,
Okay,
Sarah.
So the second motion is going to be the conditions planning board recommends pursuant to the first motion, correct?
Yep. So you could
Okay.
just, yeah, go ahead.
And those conditions are, item 1, there shall be no amplified sound in the backyard outdoor area except as specified below. Number 2, live music performances in the backyard outdoor area shall be limited, wait, don't go anywhere. Shall be limited to amplified acoustic instruments and vocals no more than 3 days per week, which would constitute periodic music as stated in the previously approved management plan, and no more than a total of 3 hours per day. The live music shall end no later than 9 p.m. And then item 3, the site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, except as site plan under the use may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved under COVID-19 emergency orders.
Okay.
I'll second that one.
And I'm going to ask, so we have a motion on the table by Silver, a second by Ensign. And I'm going to ask if I can add a friendly amendment to that. And that question is only to be answered by Sarah as the motion maker, a yes or
Yes.
no.
Yes.
The friendly would just be to add language at the beginning saying to carry out the purposes of the original approval, planning board adds the following condition.
Okay, and with a friendly, do I need to respond to that, or is it open to the entire?
No, it's
Yeah.
just you, if you
Yeah,
accept.
yes,
Okay.
it's clarifying, yeah.
Okay, so with that friendly, is there any additional comment to the motion? Again, planning board, you can just speak. I can't see all of you at once.
Could we perhaps repeat that language so Cindy has the chance to incorporate it into the draft?
Sure. So Cindy, if you want to type at the beginning, it would say, maybe I should just use the language straight out of the staff report. Planning board imposes the following additional conditions to carry out the purposes of the original approval. And then you can just grab, you can write planning board imposes, if Sarah's okay with that language.
Yes.
And then you can just grab from the staff report on page 2, number 2, additional conditions or modifications to carry out the purpose, or actually we don't need to say or modifications, just additional conditions to carry out the purposes of the original approval. And you don't have to type all that, Cindy.
I got it.
Okay, so any discussion to the motion now? Lisa, were you satisfied with that?
That looks great.
Okay. So then I'm going to make this the motion of the board. Our second motion is planning board imposes the following additional conditions to carry out the purposes of the original approval. One, there shall be no amplified music. One, there shall be no amplified sound in the backyard outdoor area except as specified below. Two, live music performances in the backyard outdoor area shall be limited to amplified acoustic instruments and vocals no more than 3 days per week, which would constitute periodic music as stated in the previously approved management plan, and no more than a total of 3 hours per day. The live music shall end no later than 9 p.m. 3, the site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, except as there's some kind of typo.
In the final and number 3, Harmon?
Yeah, Shabnam, what did you mean by that? Can we fix that problem there?
It should be temporarily modified.
Except
Except as site plan. Yeah, there's a word missing.
I think it's temporarily modified.
Except, well,
A site plan?
I think it actually is okay, but you just have to say it a certain way. Oh,
I don't think so.
Here's how it reads in the original memo. The site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, comma, except as site plan under the use may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved under COVID-19 emergency orders.
We might need a comma.
Except that site plan.
I think you
instead
just
of as put that.
Except as site plan under the use maybe.
I think it just changed the word the as to the, except you could say except that the site plan under the use, right?
Except as I think maybe it's missing like original site plan.
But we're changing it. So let's see, the site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, except as a site plan, comma, under the use, comma, may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved under COVID-19 emergency orders. So yeah, except as a site plan or I'm not sure.
Except
Yeah.
except the previously approved site plan.
Maybe you can get rid of under the use just and say maybe temporarily operated pursuant to. I don't think you need under the use. I think that's sort of a phrase that.
You could also get rid of the appositive. I think you can get rid of it and it doesn't change the meaning.
Yeah.
Wow, the use of positive.
English major problem.
It could be like except as that site plan may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved.
Well, that you don't really need because we already defined it in the first clause. The
Okay,
site-
okay.
Yeah.
But I think what we're talking about is that the current site plan may be temporarily operated.
Yeah, I
Right.
still think it should be except that the site plan without the comma may be temporarily operated.
Yeah, and I think we might want to say the current site plan because that's not the one that was approved.
Right. Yeah.
So can you just change as 2 words back to that?
Yeah, please. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Now, planning board seems to be nodding their head that this is the intent. Shabnam, is this the intent that you meant to capture?
Yes, I'm just going to read it out loud for a
Please
second.
do.
The site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, except that the current site plan may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved under COVID-19 emergency orders. Yes, that makes sense to me. That's the intent.
Okay. So it's a lot to read. So since we have it on the screen, I'm not going to read it again. That which we have just we've just agreed upon as a board will be the motion of the board, and I'll take a roll call vote.
Harmon, do I get a chance to explain why I'm not supporting this?
Absolutely, John. I'm sorry, I just couldn't see you there.
Yeah. So I think my problem with this is that I think it's inadequate in terms of remedy for the neighboring residents. That this will lead to continuing concerns of the same type that they've already named, and therefore I don't support it.
Okay. So I think I want to pick up on one other thing. If Cindy, can you put that language back up on the screen?
Sure.
I'm sorry that we're subjecting people to a 4-hour meeting. There's a lot of sausage being made. We really want to get it right. And the way that it's written right now, live music performances shall be limited to amplified acoustic instruments and vocals. And I really think we ought to add amplified or unamplified. One interpretation of this would be that we're requiring amplified music.
I agree, Harmon.
So Sarah, would you accept another friendly amendment to your motion? And actually, it's not really a friendly because I've already made this the motion of the board. But
Is there a way to amend, not to make a friendly amendment, but to edit it? Is that doable?
yeah, I think we can amend the motion. Or we can just vote this one down and do a new one. David Gear, what's the best procedure you think for amending this motion?
You're muted, David.
And I turned my microphone off. Sorry about that. I would just do a substitute motion.
Okay.
Have somebody offer this as a substitute. You vote on this first. If it doesn't pass, then you go back to the motion that was on the floor before.
Okay. So given that Sarah's got the motion on the floor, I'll make the substitute. And I'm going to make a substitute motion that live music performances in the backyard, everything else is the same, except that in 2, it should read live music performances in the backyard outdoor area shall be limited to unamplified or amplified acoustic instruments and vocals. And the rest remains the same.
Oh, yes. It took me a while to figure out why you were, yes.
As written, you're requiring amplification, which I think was not the intent.
You may not sing without a microphone. Okay, yeah.
So we need a second for the substitute motion.
Oh, I'll second that.
Okay, so we've got substitute motion by Zuckerman, seconded by Ensign. And Cindy, can you get the text up on the screen for us as well so we can see it?
You can't see it?
Oh, you must be working in a different document because nothing's been changing on this one.
So David,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was working on the minutes. Sorry.
David, you're seconding a motion that Harmon emailed to Cindy. So you're seconding that e-motion.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I can't help it. Are we done? Let's do it. We have roadways to talk about. It's so exciting.
The F, Cindy.
Let's say or instead of and, Cindy. Okay. All right. So any more discussion to this motion? Okay, then I'm gonna read this one out again, just for clarity's sake. Planning board imposes additional conditions to carry out the purposes. Sorry, planning board imposes the following additional conditions to carry out the purposes of the original approval. 1, there shall be no amplified sound in the backyard outdoor area except as specified below. 2, live music performances in the backyard outdoor area shall be limited to unamplified or amplified acoustic instruments and vocals no more than 3 days per week, which would constitute periodic music as stated in the previously approved management plan, and no more than a total of 3 hours per day. The live music shall end no later than 9 p.m. 3, the site design and the restaurant operation shall be consistent per the approved plans for the use, except that the current site plan may be temporarily operated pursuant to a permit approved under COVID-19 emergency orders. Any more discussion to that? Okay, then let's do a roll call vote. I see a chat coming in from Josh, and sometimes, you know, it is a good idea to check in with the applicant before you impose conditions. So rather than allow chat into the discussion, I'm going to give the property owner a chance to speak.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for all the thoughtful conversation. I did want to just make sure that that we qualified that we do play when we don't have live music, which is you know, other than the summer is most of the time. We do have outdoor wired speakers attached to the building and have from the beginning. I don't know whether that qualifies as amplified sound or not, but that's recorded background music, dinner music that's played. I don't think that has ever been at issue. Obviously, everything needs to continue to fall within the sound limits. But that is something that we have done on a throughout all service when we have outdoor seating.
Thanks. So I anticipated that when we first started talking about not allowing any amplified sound. And I think it merits having some additional discussion. Where are planning board members on the potential allowance of dinner music, recorded dinner music?
If we were to not allow that, then all of a sudden that's not allowed in any restaurant anywhere in
Well,
Boulder.
this won't set a precedent, Peter. This is just for this matter.
Well,
It seems to me that this was not part of the evaluation of whether the applicant was operating within the existing conditions. And it seems to me like it's something that we have to look at. If we have to look at it, we should look at it separately.
John?
Well, I think I just see in the text that there is a note that it has been bothersome to the neighbors as well. So I'm not sure it should be eliminated from our discussion.
But can we protect every neighbor who moves in next to a restaurant from being bothered?
David?
Yeah, but I know that we've been working with this staff recommendation. Originally, that number 1 said there shall be no amplified music in the backyard outdoor area, period. Shabnam, was that, what was the intent of that, to include recorded music when staff recommended that? I'm just kind of curious to get that perspective before we go off and deliberate more.
I think that was the intent.
Okay, so staff had actually recommended we go that way, which would be taking away the ability for this restaurant that has been doing that in the past to do it. So I guess that's the question in front of us. Do we think that's reasonable?
So everything we do that makes it harder for this restaurant to survive is contributing to one more vacancy. And I understand we have to balance the neighbors who live next to it, but this kind of like rampage through this whole experience worries me, because there's going to be collateral damage there's people who work at this place, and if they don't have jobs doing anything, that is going to have an impact. So I don't think people will not go there if they're like, oh, wow, you can hear a pin drop when you're dining outside now because there's no background music, period. But at the same time, it bothers me, clearly.
Well, we certainly can make sure that it says that we can, we're going to have to do another substitute motion, I guess, but we could consider making that end at 9 p.m. for sure, right? That outdoor music, that any recorded sound would be turned off at 9 p.m.
That makes sense.
One way to
Volume always tilts up anyway because someone is going to turn it up by accident who works there, and often. So 9 o'clock is a nice way to at least stop it that way.
I think 9 o'clock's reasonable.
So one way to do it would be where it says shall be limited to I need the language up again, but where it says before it says no more than 3 days per week. Cindy, can you put it up again?
Working on it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm thinking that since we have except as specified below, we could actually add a number just for pre-recorded stuff. But anyway.
You can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it were to say something like music in the backyard outdoor area shall be limited to unamplified or amplified acoustic instruments and vocals, background, quote unquote, dinner music, comma, no more than 3 days per week, etc. And then just take out the word live in the last sentence. The music shall end no later than 9.
But that means they can't play music except for 4 hours, you know, those 3.5 or 3 hours a day.
Well, you could just add an extra, David, you could just add an extra number, just an extra condition.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That
specified below. So you could just add a condition that says, you know, background dinner music shall be allowed during, you know, hours of operation and must be shut off by 9 p.m.
There you go. That's what I was thinking.
Like that. You know, you want to do that, David? You want to?
Yeah. So number, a new number 3 after 2, Cindy, if you could, after 9 o'clock p.m. in number 2, create a new line. And
I'm going to have to unshare my screen and reshare a new screen. So one moment.
Oh.
Let me stop sharing. Okay. Okay, shoot.
Pre-recorded background music during operational hours will be allowed, but must be shut off no later than 9 o'clock p.m. Make sure instead of after, put no later than.
Okay, so there, we've read this so many times. I'm just gonna, the motion of David's motion is has been made with the addition of this new paragraph 3. Is there a second for David's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Ensign, seconded by Smith. Any discussion to the motion? Just speak, I can't see all of you. Okay. Okay, so the motion of the board is that planning board imposes the following additional conditions to carry out the purposes of the original approval. And those conditions, those additional conditions are the ones that you see on your screen right now, and that is the motion of the board. Take a roll call vote. David Ensign?
Aye.
Peter Vitale?
Aye.
Lisa Smith?
Aye.
Sarah Silver?
Aye.
Lupita Montoya?
Aye.
Ron Gerstle?
No.
And I'll vote aye, so the motion carries 6-1. Thanks for everybody's patience as we work through that. Do people need a break before we move on to matters or the second public hearing? Sorry.
I wouldn't mind one.
Okay. So it's 10:06. Let's just take 5 this time and make it 10:11. All right, it's 10:10. I'd like to get back to it. I'd like to thank everybody for sticking with on a difficult matter. And thanks staff for their guidance as well. Now, by rule, agenda items will not be commenced after 10 p.m. without a majority vote of the board. So it's 10:10. And I'm going to need a roll call vote to determine whether we're going to continue this, or I shouldn't say continue this meeting. I should say keep going. Continue means something else in meeting parlance. So do we want to take on the next public hearing matter after 10 o'clock is the question. I'll start with a roll call vote. When I get to 4 yeses, we can stop because we just need a majority. David?
Yes.
Peter?
Sorry. Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Okay, it's not that I don't think that Sarah, Lupita, and I are important, but we've achieved a majority. So we're going to keep going.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
Given how late it already is, can we push the matters issue to the next meeting?
Sarah, we'll have another vote.
Okay, all right.
I think it's a fair question, just if we were going to maybe be releasing some of the staff and other folks from staying on the call, but let me know, Harmon, if that's inappropriate to you at this time.
Lisa, why don't we, so we have Phil here, and I think the question would be well posed to him since he's here to present the CU South matter. And also to Charles and Cindy, as they are very responsible for our meeting agenda. So I'll turn it to Charles first. Do you want to just continue the matter tonight on CU South to the next planning board meeting, Charles?
Well, and I would ask Phil to click on here. I think we can probably forego the presentation, and I think we had 2 points for the board's discussion. I think the other thing that we could probably do is we could just kind of tee it up, talk about it a little bit, and the board could email feedback to Phil, or we can just continue it.
If we continue it, it does kind of butt up against the schedule with city council. The city council meeting's on the 17th. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, and actually, that's a good point, Dave, because we don't have another meeting between then and now. I was just pulling on my calendar.
I'm okay with doing a late one tonight if that's what it takes. Of course, I'm not going to be there because I will recuse. So I'm volunteering you for a late one.
Are you serious? You just said it. You're okay for good. Thanks for reminding us. You'll be recused.
I tease him about that too.
So I just like to point, nobody knows this, but I happen to be on the East Coast. So it's already midnight here. So a late night for me is going to be very, very, very late, and I'm happy to stay up. But if there's any possibility of continuing it, I would appreciate that.
Well, now that Phil's on, just to double check the schedule, Phil, we're going to planning, or I'm sorry, we're going to council with this on the 17th, correct? Okay.
Charles, another possibility is that we go to the CU South matter now, given the calendar, and hold off on the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan matter until another day.
That's a good idea.
Harmon, we just might want to check and see if there's anybody here to speak to the public hearing on that item.
Yeah, the public may be waiting.
And Jean, I would put the same question to you. Do we have city council calendar issues with the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan?
We do, and I'm hoping that can be a really short discussion.
Yeah, we were hoping that could be a 10-minute item.
Well, if that's,
I think we can do it.
So then let's push on, and we'll go straight to the second public hearing, which is the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Can I get a vote on, does the vote stand, or does anybody want to change their vote? Okay, then we're moving on to public hearing item 4B. The agenda title is Public Hearing and Planning Board Consideration of a Motion to Amend the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan by adoption of a refined streetscape plan for North Broadway in the commercial area to reflect direction recommended in the public process for the North Broadway reconstruction project. I'm going to turn it directly to Charles, And Charles, if you can queue up the staff presentation for us, that would be great. Thank you.
Take it away, Gene.
Great, I will do that. Can you all see my screen and am I showing this correctly? There we go. That's probably better.
No, oh yes, that's good.
There we go. Okay. Purpose of this item is to adopt very limited revisions to the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. These will replace the streetscape diagram and description for Broadway in the commercial area. This recommended streetscape or street section reflects a refined design for North Broadway that was based on the analysis and community process over the past few years as part of the North Broadway reconstruction project. As you know, we don't frequently update the subcommunity plan. It's been a stable tool to guide development in North Boulder. It's important to update this street section for North Broadway because it provides the basis for requirements of future development projects along the corridor. Oops, whoops, I meant to be on that slide, sorry. This is all in your memo, so I'm sure that you guys saw all of this specifically. The North Broadway reconstruction project had extensive public process starting in 2016. This work included many public meetings and coordination with community members and organizations. A little over a year ago, the Transportation Advisory Board unanimously recommended the final design that you see represented in the described materials. The North Boulder Subcommunity Plan provided an initial streetscape plan for North Broadway, indicating that a more detailed plan would be developed. And this refined design and the reconstruction project provide a greater level of detail to implement the overall goals in the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan to encourage walking, biking, and transit use by providing safe, comfortable, and convenient pedestrian and bicycle path connections. Specifically, this refined design includes buffered bike lanes from Lee Hill Drive to US 36 and an off-street multi-use path along the west side of Broadway. These aspects of the design were incorporated specifically to respond to feedback from community members prioritizing safety. We have a proposed motion listed here, and Garrett Slater with our Public Works Transportation Department is here to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Gene, for a great presentation and a good staff report, which I went through as well, and I'm sure all the other members did. Before we jump to a motion, we've got some things to do. So if you can take the screen down, please. Do any planning board members have any questions of staff? Sarah?
I just have one question. The presence of a bike lane between a parking lane and a driving lane, didn't the city try that up on, I think, College Avenue or Pennsylvania Avenue, and then ended up finding that that didn't work very well for bike safety?
Garrett, I'm going to ask you to answer that one.
Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer with the Department of Transportation and Mobility. And to answer the question, that was a project that was actually considered a living lab. I guess an experiment, if you will, along University. And there were a set of conditions that weren't conducive to a successful outcome with that experiment along University. But having said that, I would note that the condition that's proposed for North Broadway does not include a bicycle facility between parked vehicles and between parked vehicles and the curb, but rather having bicycles between the travel lane and the park lane. So whereas University had the vehicles parked, and then there was the bicycle lane on the outside of that. And some of the challenge was particularly on the south side of the street, which had limited sun exposure, lots of icing and snow accumulation in the bicycle facility. So in any case, I'm getting a little bit into the details there, but it's a different facility type proposed for North Broadway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Yeah, Garrett, I think that real quick, John, and I'll let you speak. The university concept would have been great if it didn't snow. I like the idea of protecting bikes with cars, but I like this too. I think it looks like there's a different pavement material in the parking and bike lanes. Is that correct?
Yes, so we are proposing to have an asphalt material underneath the bicycle lane, as well as the park area, and concrete pavement under the travel lanes. Partly that is to delineate the different modes. It's also a cost-saving measure, but another great benefit is that it will help with the construction phasing of the project. As we build this one side of the street at a time, being able to have asphalt, which is a little bit more of a flexible material, will help in the construction of the end facility.
I just want to applaud that choice. I think, when we look at places that have really good bike infrastructure, there's oftentimes a slight grade separation, like a curb or a gutter. We have a gutter between the driving lane and the bike lane. And there's oftentimes a change in materiality from, say, asphalt to pavers. It's pretty common in Holland, for example. You go to the pavers when you're on the bike, that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited about this, and I like the design a lot. John.
Yeah, just a quick question. I see that in the new scheme, there's only very light trees on the side and none in the center lane by comparison to the previous, or to the existing arrangement now. I presume that means we've given up on trees down the middle of the road for the entire stretch. And but I presume there still will be trees on either side.
So there are a number of existing conditions along this segment of North Broadway that are precluding the full implementation of the landscape as contemplated in the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan. And so the first would be that there are preponderance of existing driveways, particularly along the west side of Broadway, and where you have left turning vehicles into a number of those driveways, that precludes being able to have a raised median with plantings such as trees. And so for the foreseeable future, we'll need to maintain that left turn lane. Would also need to have maintained the left turn lane at intersections, of course. And then further complicating things is that there is an existing overhead set of utility and power lines along the west side, which limits our ability to plant large scale trees until redevelopment takes place on the west side of North Broadway. So the existing trees that are planted along the east side will continue to be present. And then as the land use changes over time, the hope is that there will be the opportunity for more enhanced tree plantings.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Garrett? Any questions for Gene? Okay. Public comment? Hand it over to Gene. You can be the moderator and the presenter at the same time if you want.
I'm trying to help out here a little bit on that front. I don't see any hands raised. If anyone from the public would like to speak to this matter, please feel free to raise your hand, and then we will get you all set up. Going once. Going twice. I don't see anyone raising their hand. Herman, I don't see anyone.
Okay, then let's go to our deliberation or a motion. Is there anyone on the planning board who would like to either bring up an item of deliberation or to suggest a motion? Looks like we've got David and then John Gerstle both raised their hands, but I saw David's first.
In setting someone up to make a motion, I would just like to say that I just think it's great to see this work from staff, and it was wonderful to see that the Transportation Advisory Board had unanimously approved this. Great work. So I'm prepared to support this.
Great, John.
Thank you for being here, Garrett, by the way.
Be here.
So I would move to amend the North Boulder sub-community plan by adoption of a refined streetscape plan for North Broadway in the commercial area to reflect the direction recommended in the public process for the North Broadway reconstruction project. And I can just mention that I enjoyed very much, I participated in some of the field trips that Jarrett and his colleagues arranged and thought it was very useful.
That's great. And that last bit isn't part of the motion, right, John?
That's correct.
Okay, then can we get a second for that? Okay, and Lupita's going to second that. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, then I'm going to restate the motion as the motion of the board. Planning board moves to amend the North Boulder Sub-Community Plan, NBSP, by adoption of a refined streetscape plan for North Broadway and the commercial area to reflect the direction recommended in the public process for the North Broadway reconstruction project. I'll take a roll call vote. John Gerstle.
Aye.
David Ensign.
Aye.
Lisa
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Lisa Montoya.
Aye.
Sarah Silver.
Aye.
And I will vote aye, so the motion has been approved unanimously. Okay. So we're going to move on to, and congratulations to Garrett and to Jean. Thank you for that excellent work. We appreciate it. And thanks for sticking around so late. And of course, Phil, thank you for sticking around and for all staff for being here as late as it is. But we got to get this done tonight to be on schedule. This next matter is not a public hearing. It's an update and board input on the CU South project. And I've been in communication with the city attorney's office about this. And it was a very difficult analysis because the conflict rules in our code leave a lot of different stones to turn over. And the fact is that I have an employment relationship, while it may not be an employee type relationship under some definitions, you know, I'm at most a contractor. I teach a 2-credit class, and I would love to be part of this. I feel very much a part of this, having helped with the guiding principles for CU South during the comprehensive plan update for the 2015 comp plan update that we passed in 2017. But I'm going to recuse based on the fact that that I do teach a class at CU, and I don't want there to be any conflicts of interest that can't be managed or that appear to be improper. So I'm going to leave, and I'm going to appoint David Ensign to be the chair of the planning board for the rest of this meeting. I understand that I may not be the only one who needs to recuse. So David, I'm going to just hand it over to you, and you can ask for, sorry, Cindy's raising her hand. Cindy?
I want to ask if I could ask something of the board before some of you leave.
Okay, so let's.
And Charles, if I may interject really quickly here, I forgot to put something on the agenda, a matter on the agenda. And this would just take 2 minutes of your time, but it doesn't affect the whole board. Because I don't know if you're planning on coming back after you recuse yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm going to take off.
I didn't think so. I forgot to put something on the agenda. It's my fault. It's the 2021 Planning Board recruitment application. And the only reason I'm bringing it up now is I have to have this back before we meet again. So I am proposing that I send it out to you, the application. You guys review it if you like the questions, because we did review it last year. If you like the questions, I'm also going to send you out the timeline. Things are moving a little bit sooner this year because of our situation with the pandemic and all. So they're doing board recruitment a little bit earlier this year. And I have, so recruitment is going to start December 17th. And so I need to have these applications okayed, and any edits or anything you feel you might need back to me no later than November 13th. So my apologies for the shortness, but it shouldn't take you very long to just look it over.
Yeah, it's 8 questions, and if you could just email any comments you have directly back to Cindy and not back to the Boulder Planning Board email, that would be helpful.
Okay. Well, that's fine with me, and I don't think you'll need a vote on that. It's just a matter from the planning director. And just to weigh in real quickly on the next meeting, since I won't be around for our debrief and calendar check, we're going to go over the annual letter to City Council. I promised the board that I would rephrase the questions and get them to you, which I will do. And then David can go over what the timeline is for returning our written responses to those questions before the next meeting that we hold. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
That's great. And then, yeah, I'll get this email out to you as soon as we start talking about CU South. And I have a deadline on here. So my fault. I didn't get this on the agenda. Sorry.
Not a big deal, Cindy. Thank you very much for everything you do. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to my friend David, and I'm going to leave the meeting and wish you all a good night. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harmon. All right. Well, this is, Lupita, you had something you had to say.
Yes, I also had to recuse myself. I was hoping that I will do it before our illustrious chair left, but I think I have to do it now. So for similar reasons, I do have an affiliation with the university, and I did discuss this with Hela, so this is the agreement I made. Thank you, everyone. And I'm glad we were able to do that for you, Cindy. I'm glad that I was there. Good night, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone else have anything that they need to disclose, or anything that we should do right at the beginning?
I also need to recuse myself. I am currently under a contract position and paid by CU, which, based on advice from Hela, I need to recuse so that there's no appearance or actual misconduct.
Okay, well, we'll miss you. Thank you. And that will leave 4 of us, I guess, which is just barely the amount we need. Thanks, Lisa. We'll see you in 2 weeks. All right. Well, this is a matter. It will not have a public comment. We'll have a staff presentation. Thank you for being here, Phil. I did want to take just a minute or two before we hear from your presentation, Phil, because Sarah, you had sent me a recommendation on how we might be able to deliberate efficiently. And I think it would make sense to go ahead and talk about that before the presentation so that people can think about that before we deliberate. Would you like to just summarize that real quickly, and then I'll tell you what I was thinking of doing.
Okay, great. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. It seems this is a very complex document that we've been asked to look at and give some feedback on. And it struck me that it might be valuable to sort of break our feedback into 2 parts. The first would be sort of broad themes that we are concerned about or that we want to share. And the second would be getting into the weeds and going through that matrix at the end of the document. I really appreciate Phil trying to make this something we could work our way through, but it really is pretty complex.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate that recommendation. So when I looked at this, I thought maybe what we'll do is do key issue 1 first, which is the briefing book related, and break it down into 2 round. First of all, what I was thinking is I could just call on each person to give their broad themes. And I'll just go in order that I see you on the screen. So just be prepared to talk broad themes. Then we'll just kind of open it up to the hand-raising discussion on any detailed things people would like to discuss. And all of that is in the briefing book. And then for key issue 2, I think we can probably just do hand raising for that, since that's public outreach related. Does that make sense?
And I'll just, a little feedback. I think for Phil and the rest and his team, the challenges we have with getting through all this material and understanding it could be informative as he thinks about the public engagement process.
Cool. Okay, so with that, Phil, go ahead and take it away.
Sure. I have a handful of slides that I could go through that just sort of goes through what we've been thinking about as we've been developing those over the past few weeks, if that sounds okay, and I'll try to be concise. Let me just share this. And okay, is that working for everybody?
Not yet.
See anything yet?
Okay.
Typically with the Zoom, it's a 2-click screen share.
There it goes.
Perfect. Okay, hopefully that works. And how is that?
That looks great to me.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. So thank you for your time, Phil Kleisler with the Planning and Development Services. This is just a quick check-in with Planning Board on some next steps for the CU South annexation project. This is input that will be shared with Council during an upcoming discussion that's going to be pretty similar to this on November 17th. So we've come to the board for these kinds of items so that you can provide ideas and input that'll benefit Council's discussion. And so in this case, you're actually just getting like the preview of what Council will get on November 17th. We'll have tomorrow to make some tweaks to this too, based on the comments, if at all possible. Again, the 2 questions we have are really about the briefing book, that's attachment B, and the proposed strategy for community engagement, attachment A. This is just the anticipated review process for the annexation. We've gone through the first row and completed that gray box around flood mitigation options with Council's decision on the flood mitigation concept in June of this year. And you'll recall that Planning Board also weighed in the month prior to that in May. And so
I'm
what
not
we're
seeing
doing,
that slide, Phil. Are other people seeing it? It didn't.
I'm not seeing any progression in slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Phil, it looks like you're on the notes mode too, not on slideshow mode.
all right. How about this? If I can just stay on this, if it's not working, is that okay for you?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So we're here at the Planning Board input at this point, and Council input on really how to engage the community on the university's annexation proposal, and that would be.
Can we interrupt or with
Sure.
question? Pardon? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Can you give an update on what's the latest with the advisory group on the flood mitigation options that we were going to get some response to for a couple questions on this?
So we have our executive team meeting tomorrow, and that's one of the topics that we're going to discuss. The idea being that Joe, the utilities director, Joe Tadeucci, is going to was planning to offer the Planning Board an opportunity to come and brief the board on that process. But
so it's still coming then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. But for the annexation piece, we're sort of heading into that community engagement push, and then all of that will be summarized to Council in 2021 for direction on essentially how to proceed with the annexation through the typical public hearings that the board is used to seeing. To get into the 2 documents that were included in your packet, the first is the briefing book. So the university submitted a new round of comments on October 5th through the term sheet we've been using for the annexation. And we've heard from community members and staff that it's getting to be quite the document. It's kind of hard to get through and to tell kind of what's current, what's on the table. And so we set out to do this document, the briefing book, in an attempt to kind of compile all the relevant information in a transparent and concise and readable manner. And so that was the intent there. We would expect it to be updated throughout the process as we know more and as different things develop. And there's really 3 main parts to this. One would be that color-coded table. It has an indication of what's the actual term sheet number that you can reference in the term sheet document, the topic summary, and then whether or not staff is aligned on that particular topic, as well as a breakdown of each of those in terms of policy guidance, proposal, and whether or not staff is aligned. And we also, at the end of each of those sections, are starting to do some diagrams of the site to, as you know, the university did not and does not have a site plan for the site. And so if we can at least start putting down a bubble diagram or something showing what's anticipated and where on the site, that might help with our communication efforts. With this, this would have some animations to it, but I'd like to just maybe pause for a second. And it's many hours ago now, but I wanted to say that I appreciated the comments made at public comment around having a clear and an enforceable annexation agreement. And I think that's something that we're all working towards. The thing that I'd like to share with the planning board, and maybe you can let us know if this is a good way to describe it, is just kind of the timeline of where we are in this process. And so taking a step back, the guiding principles were adopted, really looked at in 2016, 2017, and that was really the policy vision for the site. And so, for example, we'll protect views and contribute positively to the character of the city's gateway. It's then when the annexation agreement was submitted that we started working in the term sheet, kind of the back and forth, and that's where we started talking about how to translate the guiding principles into annexation terms. But those were still just ideas that we're introducing. And so, for example, staff proposed that we measure height in accordance with the city's charter limit, and we establish a height ceiling. And so the point we're at now, after going through that process for the last year, is we developed this briefing book to start asking the communities. So far, it's only been staff from CU Boulder and staff from the city discussing these items. And so now's the point where we have some ideas on the table and we'd like to know what the community's take is on it. And once we know that we're sort of heading in the right direction with those items, we would start fleshing it out a bit more. And that's when David Year gets the honor of drafting the specific terms of the annexation agreement for the public hearing before the planning board. And so on engagement, we're looking to share foundational materials, the briefing book, the application materials be available for questions. We want to hear interests, concerns, and ideas about the application, and then compile all that information for the planning board and council deliberations next year. So we're still, as staff, kind of working through just how to do engagement about this. It's pretty complex, and we're working through it still. And so any input you have would certainly be useful. But where we're leaning right now with some of these community conversations would be to focus on the level of alignment. And so the green being we're aligned and the yellow being we're mostly aligned, or we need to flush out some details, and doing kind of a pulse check with the community about, are we heading in the right direction? The red topics where we're not in a line as staff, that will be maybe a bit more nuanced of under what conditions could something be acceptable. We're trying to avoid the yes, no answers and trying to dig a little bit deeper with some of these questions. And what we're envisioning for the engagement in terms of kind of tactics would be in two parts. Part one would be that, are we heading in the right direction? And so that's, immediately City Council on November 17th. We'd be launching a Be Heard Boulder questionnaire in December, shortly after that council meeting. We'd be hosting a community briefing, kind of a 101 and how to connect to the project, as well as the process committee meeting asked for a brainstorming session. And so we're toying around with the idea and experimenting with a World Cafe on Zoom. And so having different breakout rooms and so on. Having some office hours that folks will be able to sign up for a more smaller group discussion, and then reaching out to neighborhoods. We're going to host a meeting with the Martin Acres Neighborhood Association in early December. And then all of that stuff probably in mid-January would wrap up, and we'd put a part one report out there about what we've heard. Also in mid-January, that's when the university is expecting the transportation study to be returned or ready. There'll need to be some analysis and review from our transportation staff, but we would envision there being a second part to this engagement push that we need to really focus on the transportation impacts as well as any remaining key issues. And so that concludes my presentation. I'll go ahead and stop sharing the screen now, and happy to answer questions and take notes and share your input with council. We really appreciate your time this evening.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Phil. And I'll just go ahead and follow the tradition of doing questions first. So, and then we'll do the deliberation process that we talked about before. So does anybody have any questions they'd like to clear up with Phil before we go in? And this is a conversation, so we don't have to do questions now. We can also have a conversation when we start talking about the key issues as well. But is there anything that anybody wanted to ask to start out? Sarah?
Just a couple of little things. In the document you shared with us, there was a notation that CU would be providing answers to a series of issues in a document to be delivered November 1. I don't know whether they did, but it wasn't included. It wasn't obviously included in the document you shared with us. And I just didn't know if whether you'd already incorporated that updated information or whether you did not get that material, or just a little clarification there.
They are still working on it. I called them to ask that question earlier today. They are working on it, and they are also looking at some of the public comments, like the document the planning board received earlier today made some good points that they want to think through and to try to be responsive to some of the points made in that letter. We're expecting, they're expecting to possibly have something ready by the council meeting. And so when it does come to us, we'd be happy to share it with planning board too, as a follow-up.
Okay, it was a sort of a hanging, it was like a hanging chad. We're just out there.
Yeah.
So I have a related question. If we have seen the term sheet, have we seen pretty much everything CU sent back to us on the 5th of October? Everything is in those lines on the term sheet. There was nothing else that came back to us. Is that correct?
Yes, there may have been some minor changes to their map, but yeah, that's it. So.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? John?
Yeah, I understand that CU doesn't have any details about what they actually intend to do here, or at least not sufficient to do more than a bubble diagram at best. So how does the city intend to address all the uncertainties associated with that? I understand the term sheet and the matrices, I should say, you have dealing with specific issues, but I fail to understand how the city intends to define this sufficiently to know what its obligations might be versus the universities on a number of these issues. Is there a big picture approach that I'm not yet seeing on this?
No, I think that's been the challenge of not having a site-specific development plan proposed for this property. And so our approach up to this point has been to focus really on performance standards and impacts off-site, and such as building height limits, neighborhood compatibility, transportation impacts. I see you're about to mention something, but so I'll pause.
I'm just listening.
Okay. Yes, and so we've been looking at, we've asked for more specific design standards for the site design and building designs, but we're not expecting fine-grained details. We're probably expecting something to where it would be included in the annexation agreement, and it would be incorporated into the overall design guidelines in the future when they're developing the site. But yeah, I don't know if I'm getting there. Probably tired.
Well, what I'm thinking about are a variety of the necessary agreements regarding who might be responsible for what. For example, I'm thinking of, transportation options between CU South and the main CU campus. really heard very vague comments about that so far. And I don't expect that there will be more than that until there's some more knowledge about what might actually happen at that site. But at the same time, one can talk about the obligations of each party with respect to paying for various aspects and considering various options. If there's going to be a bus line running back and forth, who gets to use it and who gets to pay for it. I mean, you know all of these issues also, but it's very unclear to me how that will be addressed here. And that's just one example. I mean, I picked that out because, yeah.
Can I add something to that, to John's question? So one of the points that really stuck with me was this sense of urgency at getting the annexation agreement when I think it's several years down the road before CU is going to be doing their next master plan. And so there just seemed like this disconnect between now that we have the flood mitigation plan or agreement that we know we want. I think it seems like we have a lot of time. There should be a lot of time for that to move forward, and for a discussion between the city and the university that can be more fine-grained as the university moves closer to its master plan. And I feel like what John's pointing out is that we're pushing for reasons that are unclear on the annexation, when CU is not even going to be able to do a site plan for several years at least. And I guess I don't really quite understand where the pressure is coming from.
I can speak to, I think, where different parties stand. And so from the city staff perspective, we will schedule the annexation hearing when we have an agreement in place and we have the studies that we need and the information that we would need. And that would be our position. The university has requested that that public hearings be scheduled sometime in the mid part of 2021. So that's the university's request. And then there is the flood engineering. And so the land necessary for the flood mitigation project only becomes available if we annex the entire site per the university's application. That would happen. I'd have to go look at the actual schedule at what point they would need the actual rights to use the land for their permitting process. But that would probably be before CU would have a master plan put into place. If I were to guess.
So can I just ask a clarifying, I want to make sure I'm understanding. The flood mitigation project cannot be implemented if the land is not annexed, or CU says they won't allow the mitigation plan to be implemented until the annexation happens?
Yep, the land on CU's property only becomes available if we annex the entire site per their application.
That's all that's driving this right now.
What I'm hearing is that it would be next to impossible to get all the permitting and everything done if we didn't have that land transferred.
Yeah, it's there's a demarcation point where yeah, exactly. And we can follow up with any specific dates, but yeah.
The 2013 floods is what is the reason for that.
No, Peter, I understand that, but I think there's other stuff. I think there's other stuff that is at play here. And what I'm trying to just clarify is it that CU won't let us use that land, or won't let the city use the land to build the flood mitigation? Or is it that literally we cannot access that land until there's been an annexation? I mean, I'm just trying to understand where the sort of these two things have been hooked together, and I'm trying to understand if actually they are hooked together from for is there a way to unhook them is
Or
really what I'm trying to
is it
ask.
a law of God or a law of man that's driving it?
The latter.
If it's our institution that's creating the linkage, can we sever that linkage? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, it just seems to me that the community, the city cares very much about addressing the flooding issue. And we've now got an agreement on what the mitigation plan has to respond to, right? The city also cares very much about the university being able to expand and build housing and all that stuff, but that can happen. There's not the same kind of potential urgency to that. So that's why I'm just trying to understand if they can be untethered from each other in some way.
That was a theme in the public comments that we've gotten throughout the last year of decoupling the annexation from the flood mitigation projects, or just annexing a portion of the site we need for that project and then annexing the rest down the road when they have a site plan. The response that we've received from the university is that's not possible, and that due to a fiduciary responsibility to the state and so on, that they are not interested in annexing a portion of the site, only the whole thing. And once we annex the entire site, that's when the land becomes available for flood mitigation. So that is the response from the university.
I'm hoping that will allow us to move on, and that we can, I mean, we can certainly put a placeholder on that and realize that there's interest in whether that could happen. But I know that that's been under examination, certainly. Any other questions before we go into big themes and key issues? All right. Well, I guess then why don't we go ahead and then start our discussion with key issue number one. Does the board have input on the draft annexation briefing book, which was actually, I think, attachment B in our packet. So I'll go ahead and Sarah, would you like to go first?
Oh, yes, thank you. I actually have a number of big themes. The first is one I've already mentioned, which is this, I didn't think of it as decoupling, but it was really more of a question of why this rush on the annexation when, just from a city perspective, the focus really needs to be on flood planning and permitting. The second broad issue is some concerns I had in the elements of the matrix that suggested less than full commitment to the environmental elements of the guiding principles, and a real interest in trying to maximize conveyance to the city of the open space other land. And it would be, I think it would, those objectives are protect open space, opportunities for ecological restoration and improvement, protect and restore wildlife. And I really agree with your efforts to, with the staff's efforts to live up to the recommendation from the Open Space Board to convey all 119 acres of that land to the city. I think a broad issue is the issue of accountability, which sort of gets to some of what I think John was referencing in his questions, which have to do with, the city's made this offer. CU made an offer to allow the city to formally review and provide comments on the campus master plan and the CU South master plan, but that's a pretty vague wording, and that could be, we give feedback and they say thank you very much and go do what they want to do. And I think it's really essential for the city to try to figure out, and I know you're doing this, but this is my opportunity to raise themes, to identify the tools necessary to hold CU accountable. I think a fourth theme for me is what happens if CU sells the land. instead of developing it themselves. I said this in our last meeting about CU South, which is I would really hope that, and personally I would expect that if the land is, if CU South sells the land, that the purchaser has to go through a brand new review process, an actual review process, unless they are also a state entity, that they would have to be held accountable to our processes. There's no financial analysis this is the fifth issue. There's no financial analysis, at least in the briefing book, who's responsible for what and how much it's going to cost and how much it's going to cost the city and who's going to end up paying for all of it. And I was really sort of taken aback by what, in my mind, I read as CU kind of wanting to have its cake and eat it too, and have the city pay for an awful lot of things that might not necessarily be the city's responsibility. And this is sort of a subset of that, which is this annexation is kind of being treated differently than other annexations, in the sense that we are being asked to pay for a lot of the costs of annexation. And as I understand it, in any other private property annexation, the property owner pays most of those costs. And I really would hope that we could find ways to ensure that this annexation is treated that same way. So those are my broad themes.
Thank you, Sarah. Who wants to go next? John, would you like to go next with broad themes?
Well, I'm happy to. I think Sarah has hit a number of the big issues, which is what we're focused on now. I think that it's very unclear in general, not just the costs that are to be assigned to various parties for various purposes, but also the general obligations and commitments that are expected of each party to this. So this is an even more general aspect than what Sarah has described. I think, Phil, that the way you're laying this out and trying to identify issues and where there's agreement among the parties and where there may be disagreement or issues that need to be further discussed is excellent. And it's a very good way of presenting that information. But I think, again, to me, there's a need to take a step back and talk about these major issues before we get wrapped up in the details of, of some of the issues that are really will follow once we have the conceptual aspects started out. And among these conceptual aspects, I'm thinking, are aspects of things that need to be built outside of this project area for the project to succeed. And I named transportation for one, but of course utilities and other things, fire and police protection and so on. All of these are issues that we can't expect if this land were to be sold to some other party, that it would be obvious how they would be dealt with. And that's why it's so important to be very concrete about that at this stage as part of the annexation documents. Anyway, I'm going to start repeating myself if I don't shut up. But that's a general concern that I have.
Thank you, John. Peter, did you want to go?
Sure. So if we're being asked about the booklet and how it's composed, I agree with what John said, and I think Sarah said it as well, that Phil, I like how it's laid out with, here's where we're in alignment, here's where we need some work. And that goes to Sarah's list, which without even, the fact that these are questions that exist. And so how can we call these out a little more clearly in this booklet so that the people who are skeptical of this process, because it's been a complicated process that I think has brought out a lot of armchair experts on a lot of topics, and we're living in a world of truths and untrue and alternative facts right now, and I don't want this to be a victim of that. So let's shine a light on all of those, and let's use this booklet as a way of saying, here are the topics that we are addressing, and bake that into this without even passing judgment on what they are, how they are. You know, I'll pick one, the cost issue. True, what parts of that are true or false? What parts are public perception, and what parts are the people who don't want this site developed, and there'll be everything said why it shouldn't be, and the folks who want this site developed for various reasons who will be selective about their facts. So you call this out as a unique annexation in the booklet, I would go even further and say, and you say why, but then I would use that as an opening to say, and here are some of the issues. And here's where we are. Like almost give it like the Snopes test of, is this an issue or not? Is this true? Where are we? And then I think people, and this goes to the second question about community engagement, but then I think people will dig into this more because it is a big topic and a big book, and people are not going to dig in, and you're going to get a vocal minority on both sides who are going to then be fighting over issues, as opposed to the community really feeling like this is something for them. And I think the greatest loss would be the community talking about this for decades as, oh, that, and they'll have a version of it, and neither will probably be right about how this came to be ultimately, because they're going to tune out. So take everything that, for example, Sarah's big points that were well said, Sarah, and let's just get them out there, shine a light on them.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yes. Thank you, Peter. I'll just say that a lot of the things that have been said, I resonate with as well. It's very hard to, the briefing book is fantastic because it does move us into a more organized way to present this problem space. But it is clear that we're still in a transition from, I think Sarah used the term in the weeds, to this level that can be metabolized by the public. So the first time I read through it, and actually I have to admit it was during a time where I was kind of despondent over the election, I guess. But I was like, it was pretty hard for me to keep track of all the thoughts I was having as I was going through, because I kept seeing themes and then I'd see them later and maybe with a little extra added, and then I'd see them later on and with a little more added. So anything that can be done to kind of consolidate the themes in a way that helps you to think about them all kind of together would be very useful. Some examples I have are, if we go to page 19, there are all the topics summarized from the term sheet. And that table gets repeated again later in the document. I wonder if that could be just in there once, because I get, when I saw it again, I was like, oh, didn't I already see this? And so I when I see things repeated, that worries me a little bit. Another thing that I saw are some maps that really answered some of my questions, but weren't referenced. One of them on page, and I know we're doing themes, but I'm just using pages to kind of demonstrate this as a theme. Page 111, there's this map of access points. But we also have this kind of undercurrent of, well, there's this whole transportation study that's going to reveal all the answers to a lot of transportation stuff, and we don't yet have those. So if there were a place in the document that kind of highlighted that, yes, we know we don't have all the answers to the transportation. However, the thing that's going to be on people's mind, are we going to have this big access point at Highway 93 just south of Greenbrier and Chambers? And what will that be? Will it be for emergency vehicles and buses, or will it be for everybody? I mean, there's a lot of circulation issues that that people are going to be thinking about, because it affects the city at large. So I would love to see the maps like this that show possible secondary access and stuff described in a little bit more central place and kind of put in reference, because by the time you get to this, you're going, oh, haha, there are these access points, but what does that mean? You know, so anything we can do to kind of organize the way people think about that. Another example was the map a few pages later that shows, on page 48 of the document, we suddenly see a map of where the 37 or the 36 acres versus the 44 acres are going to, they're going to be given to us actually might be, which is kind of interesting, because we've talked about those acres a lot, and now suddenly we see where they might be, and oh, it's like, I see. The idea is the 44 acres are probably kind of around that existing levee. And then if the city bought some additional stuff, they would be taking down the levee, blah, blah, blah. So just some of that could probably be, the story could be told in a way that would help people understand it a little bit more. Let's see. Because, you know, people are going to be pretty overwhelmed. And I don't want people to feel like, because it's overwhelming, that they're going to be surprised, or that somehow something's being kept from them. So, so it is. So if we don't know something right now, I think it's perfectly fine to say we don't know the details of this yet, and can kind of make that clear, so that people don't get too worried about some of those things right now. I know it's hard because we are at a time where we're working towards really solid language for this annexation agreement, and we don't have that yet. So so anything you can do, like I say, I think you've done a great job, but anything you can do to make that story just a little bit easier. And finally, I'll just kind of echo, we hear a lot about enforceability, and the guiding principles I see all throughout here. You've done a fantastic job of taking the guiding principles and tracking them through and getting them into all these things in the sheet. But I don't think people have an example of what enforceability might look like if we don't have a site plan. And so if there could be some way to convey to the public how we think, because it may not be possible to show them enforceability language right now, but how we think enforceability language might look. Certainly with very concrete things like height limits and not building in the 500-year floodplain, all those things are very clear. But then people wonder, well, we say up to 1,100 residential. Is the development profile, can it be specified in a more enforceable way? I know it's complicated, but if we have ideas around that, I'm sure the public would love to hear it, because we know that 1,100 residential units aren't going to pop up all at once. So if they've only put 300 in, are they out of compliance for 8 years or something? So, you know, it's very hard to figure for the public to understand, just because it's put in as an aspiration, how there can be parameters around it that might actually give the city some leverage to say, hey, you're not living up to this annexation agreement if something really doesn't go the way we expect. So those are my thoughts to start with. So those were high-level themes. How do we want to go forward from that on the briefing book?
I actually just have a question, and David, something you raised that I wanted. It's a question literally about the format of the briefing book. The the long explanations of specific items of specific, specific term sheet topics that, you know, are written out as text. I'm just not sure. I'd like to understand why some of them are pulled out and explained more deeply and some are not. It wasn't clear to me what was the decision process or the criteria for what got in-depth explanations and what were left just in the matrix. And it might be helpful in your next iteration to make that clearer to a reader, or even make it clearer to us right now.
Yeah, I think what I started with was doing the tables and then just try to roll up that into a matrix, into like the color coded thing. I think I just used personal judgment in what needed more detail and what didn't. And so maybe we can take another look and see where the sweet spot might be if some of them need more detail or others don't.
Right. And maybe it's just, I personally don't have an opinion about which ones you chose and which one you didn't, but just explaining why there are some that are pulled out and some that are not is just helpful clarification.
Yeah, there are other things that I did not include, of like paying utility fees and things like that, that we just maybe didn't think people would be as interested in, but that's something that maybe we'll take another look at too.
Yeah, on that note, there is the public safety facility that CU agreed to. And if that's a city facility, does that provide fire protection services to the campus?
Yes, we provide fire protection to the campus right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so that actually, it seems like it would be good to have a, you know, if CU is going to pay for that service, you know, for example, that would, you know, I mean, yes, they're providing the space for that building, that facility, but if the city is going to manage it, that would be interesting. Other ideas people want to, we can just throw it out there for more ways that this can be used to drive us forward.
This is super
Well,
helpful.
you know what? One way to think about, look, I think it's really, I don't know how you do this every day, Phil. It's awesome. But one way to think about it would be under the rubric of the guiding principles, and to separate out the elements of the term sheet by those guiding principles. That may not be the most effective way, but it will be the start. It could be the starting point for a fair number of members of the public who are not you know, already deeply engaged on this particular project. And again, it's just a thought. I don't know if it's useful or not.
I agree. If you're talking about the key issues that are listed with response, like question, response, and the dates.
I was thinking more like, so when you look at the matrix at the end, sorry, I'm going to have to, when you look at the matrix at the end,
Very end.
It has, you know, city policies or council directions.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. That's what that's what you're talking about. Then I'm gonna
which page are you talking about?
The last like 20 pages of the book.
Yeah, I'm actually at the very end of the whole document where there's the
meat of the document.
Yeah, the term sheet. I think it's the term sheet itself.
It's on page 79. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, it is page 79 of the whole document.
People aren't going to get past the first two, but this is where a lot of the information is, I think. I mean, granted, it's in the preceding 79 pages as well, but I think people will get lost in that as well. Be interesting to see this represented in a more visual way of like here's where we're close, here's where we're not. You want to get some detail on where we're not, you should see what's been going on. You should see how we've asked something, it's been responded in this way. We've asked for this, and then it's been responded in this way. Anyone who's been a part of a negotiation, even if it's just with, you know, their parents or their neighbor or their child, will understand that it's, you know, I asked for this and you say that, and then I asked for this and you say that, you know, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we are not close on that.
So maybe tell the story about the discussions,
yeah, or pull out the ones that are actually like someone's going to say, hey, okay, hold on. What are the high points? What are the deal breakers here?
Well, now, isn't that what is intended to be happening up above and around page, 50, in the 50s, where we have different things from the term sheet brought out and summarized in tables. We've got, like, for example, open space conveyance, term sheet topics 11 and 12, or 21, 22. The intent was to pull them up and to make them more metabolizable.
Then I would say see page such and such for a more detailed, like a footnote of see page so-and-so at the end of the document if you want to see the exchange on this date and then that date and then this date. So if a person cares about remove the existing levy system term sheet top at 16 and they read this, and then they're like, huh, okay. And then they can go directly to where that is in the key items down below in like page 79 to 101. Then they see it. And then now I think they have a pretty good working knowledge of it.
Can I just ask a question that has to do with the term sheet, and maybe it'll help our conversation with Peter as well? The highlighted elements of the actual term sheet starting on page, whatever this is, 79, are the highlights there meant to reference back to green means we're in agreement, yellow means we aren't, and yellow means we're in discussion, and red means we're like not in agreement at all? Or are these highlights just something unrelated to that?
It's not clear. I'm not sure. I know where we stand, and so I didn't necessarily question those colors, but we can make a note of that maybe.
Well, I'm just thinking that if the way you all are thinking about things right now are we're in agreement, we're in discussion, we are nowhere near an agreement, and you have a color-coded thing, that color-coded element should flow through the entire book.
Yeah, that's interesting. We have the very high level table that has the color coded, and then we have this whole summary section where you've summarized key themes, and that one really does organize by the guiding principles, right? If you look at it, the chapter 2 proposal starting on page 27, it has general topics, park, urban, other track, public track, open space track, transportation. That maps exactly to the guiding principles. So that was a great mapping, right? So to Peter's point, maybe it needs to be a little clearer that as you read through chapter 2 proposal, you can find more detail in the terms sheet. Maybe just, make that very clear up top. Maybe a user guide, that says how to kind of correlate the gory details in the term sheet with these higher level summaries.
When you find your topic that a member of the community particularly likes or interested in, or has time for one because they just pick up the book, and if they pick one up and they read it, and then they can quickly dive to more detail because it's clear, like story continued on page 12. We all know how many people turn to page 12, but the ones who are reading the article and are interested to that point will. So because Phil, it's amazing how much information you put together here. It's really great. So kudos to this. And I know the graphic design of this type of thing is in its own right difficult.
And it reads you have different ways of organizing information, and I'm sure it reflects, and they're all really, really helpful. And maybe this is just a question of how those different ways of organizing information then get put together. Because I wouldn't want to lose anything that's in here. It was really helpful to read, and it was rich, really rich information, and brought up a lot of questions that are gonna, I imagine some in the public will also bring up, and council will bring up, and
Yeah. So some people will care, what's it going to look like? Others are going to care about how's the environment going to, in the wetlands, how would they be protected? Other people will care about transportation impacts. Others are going to care about who's going to pay for this. Oh man, here they go again. Everyone's just spending our money. Caring. This is ridiculous. And everyone's going to have their pet thing, and maybe a way for someone to dive in, like a choose your own adventure in the beginning. Like, this is how you want to use this book, because you're not going to care about all these things, but people are passionate about a couple things, or one, hopefully, and then the ability to follow that story through this book, and maybe they pick up another topic that they're interested in, or they see how it's nested together in a holistic way, because it is. But there are basic themes. So like Sarah said, it's not losing what's here. It's maybe just a tabulation, or a way to, like, as David said, a user's guide in the beginning.
I like that a lot. That's a great idea.
And I had a very specific thing people might like. I know we're jumping around a lot. If you go to page 19 of the briefing book, there's a summary of key points. And I noticed here's an opportunity, because you, in the open space tract, the 119 acres, you mentioned the conveyance of 44 acres to the city as open space at no cost. Are all of the 36 acres that are being conveyed for flood mitigation under the PKUO? If so, it might be consistent to put add a bullet point under PKUO that adds that conveyance of 36 acres. Because I think it's really important for the public to understand that the total 80 acres, where that's coming from when we have an opportunity to. I'm just not absolutely sure, but I think all that 36 is in the PKUO area. Yeah. So that'd be a good thing to add there as an extra bullet.
I mean, PKOU, I mean, it's like gibberish.
I know. I've
go through this with the acronym comb and pull it out and just start thinking about, you're in 9th grade and you have to read this because it's assigned to you. And at what point are you just going to give up when you don't understand the words? So
my first employer was Bell Labs out of grad school, and they invented the word acronym. So
oh, that's great.
It was amazing how awful it was at first, and then I just totally got used to it over the years.
Awful consonants resonating. I hope acronym's an acronym.
Phil, do you want us to share specific issue concerns, or did you really just want us to talk about readability and format and that kind of stuff?
Right now, we're really focused on the latter leading into the council meeting. That said, the next time right now that we'd be planning to come back to you would be after the community engagement process, when we're, having the transportation conversation and so on. And so it might be worth thinking about how the planning board would like to plug in to the process to provide that type of input as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, since planning board will make the recommendation to council on the annexation agreement, that there will need to be checkpoints leading up to that time, so that we don't, obviously look at it all at once, and times where planning board can react I think in today's meeting, it's good though, if we see something that we know the public is going to have an issue with, and we have a recommendation for how staff can present that in a way that makes it more productive to talk about with the public, that's totally helpful, right? Like the enforcement issue, for example.
I might defer to Charles and David about any kind of issues with talking about content prior to the actual public hearing, but if you see no issue.
Oh, okay.
But you know, I mean, as a theme, the transportation one really sticks out to me as something that, you know, I think that the public's going to get nervous because there's just still a lot of unanswered questions. And from a very thematic standpoint, just to make a speech, I would say CU should be motivated to do whatever they can in an annexation agreement to inspire us by, you know, they've done this in the main campus. They slowly have reduced the car impact on the main campus and made it harder and harder to drive in. To show us how this is totally de-emphasizing the car, that we really accommodate the, you know, the transit options, the alternative transportation, bikes, pedestrians, but we very carefully manage any sort of individual car traffic, you know, to the best of our ability. And that comes with residential, so that's a challenge.
So as long as, since the focus is primarily on format and presentation, and it sort of gets right to public engagement. And I have to be honest, I spent so much time going through the book that I really did not get to the public engagement 2-pager, and I apologize for that. But this is a dense document, and I'm kind of taken aback by the hope that we're going to go through a public engagement process that basically lasts 2.5 months in the middle of a pandemic over the Christmas holiday. I don't think that that's adequate time or an appropriate, I mean, I realize that there's nothing we can do about about COVID except to wear our masks, but I am really concerned and put off by a schedule that puts everybody in a very tight time frame on something that's really very, very complex. And I think it's going to undermine trust in the process and make the process less credible to pretty much everyone who gets engaged, unless they have already been engaged. And I think we just need to be really careful about, I know we have a timeline we're trying to stick to, but it's I don't think it's realistic if you really want public engagement on something this complex.
The other side of that is because it's virtual and online, it can be done at home online, and the fact that it's holidays is actually an advantage in some ways because people have time to engage perhaps, or it's just a whole new reality in terms of how you do this virtually without getting together and discussing it in small settings. So I agree with you that there's almost not enough time in the world, period, to really get the community up to speed on a topic that has created that has led to the creation of a book like this. But if the alternate is to extend or to push the time, I worry that it'll never be the right time.
There is a city funded COVID program to provide internet access to underrepresented communities in Boulder.
Good point.
I wonder if I think that the city's doing a great job of having meetings and making them accessible to people, but anything we can do to address that up front, because Sarah's got a really good point. It's hard for some people, especially. For some people, it's actually maybe a little easier, but For some it's hard, and we don't want people to get disenfranchised. So if we can have ways to upfront try to acknowledge that it's challenging and provide mechanisms by which we're trying to make it easier for the public to engage, that would be really great. And just one of them would be if we have the internet, if we have technology, if we have iPads that we lend to people or internet access, if we could offer that to people who don't have the equipment that they need to engage, that could be really interesting, you know.
As long as we don't we condition the provision of internet to them reading the document and then sending a book report in. And if you don't need the internet, then you don't get water or services until you've proven you've read this and have demonstrated a full knowledge of all the topics.
I have to say, I think Sarah's point is realistic.
So what do you propose? Both of you. I agree with both of you. I didn't even cut you off, but like, so what do we do?
Well, I mean, this goes back to the very first issue I brought up, which is we're on this timeline because of the coupling of the flood mitigation work and the annexation. And the annexation is sort of being done. It's not actually being done in a vacuum, as we know, because Phil has produced this amazing document, but it is, in many ways, it is done in a vacuum because there isn't even a concept plan, much less a site review plan. So I'm guessing we're not going to be able to address the decoupling issue overall, but that we're under this time frame that's and I appreciate Peter, what you said about we don't want this to still be having this conversation 10 years from now. I totally get it. But we haven't really been having, I mean, the public hasn't been having the conversation about what's going to go there. The public's been having the conversation about the flood mitigation plan. And once that got resolved, in some ways where the public is starting over again at okay, what is this now? Phil isn't, and we're not, but lots of the people in the public are. And I'm quite concerned about this very truncated timeline. I think it undermines the very thing you're trying to accomplish, or we want to accomplish, which is an engaged public that feels they've had a say in what's going to happen here.
Is there a general board agreement on that piece?
Well, I agree with that. And I can say also that it seems to me that it would be appropriate to start the neighborhood engagement efforts sooner rather than later. In fact, I've had some messages already from folks in Martin Acres wondering why they haven't been contacted when this is going to city council so soon. So I think it's essential to move ahead with the neighborhood engagement aspects. And in order to do that, we need to have this ready to give to them in a manner that they can actually comprehend it. It's a challenge, and I just don't see how the timetable that has been proposed will allow that.
Yeah, I would not. I would not sign on to a message from planning board, at least from my perspective, that we need to apply the brakes. I think that that if it's done well, you know, it isn't. You know, the public has a say and can really help this become a better outcome. But there are aspects of it that we don't have control over as well. So we have to make sure that we maximize the amount of public impact that we can have on the areas where the public can have an influence. But unfortunately, we're not in a position where every wish of every member of the public is going to get granted. So so the question is,
when do people feel listened to? And when have we gotten the best, the best feedback that can actually make a difference in the end result? So we want to make people feel better, and we want to have a good result. And it's not, to me, it doesn't mean that we have to put a halt, put this really, really long time frame on it if it's done well. I do think it needs to be done well. If we don't want, a lot of anger, of people feeling passed by.
And I'm not saying put on the brake. I'm not saying break. I just don't think if my recollection is correct, it was like a 2.5 month process, 3 weeks of which will be the holidays. And that just seems like not enough time. I mean, it just doesn't seem like enough time to me.
Yeah, okay.
But I would say that I have a somewhat different perception of what our objective is here. David, you talked about making sure that the population feels good about this and accepts it and is willing to move ahead, if I understood correctly. To be perfectly blunt, I don't think that's what our goal is here. Our goal here is to evaluate what the best conditions and terms and arrangements for an annexation would be for Boulder. And I don't think it's our objective with this process to try and get everyone in town to sign on to it. Because
I didn't mean to imply that. In fact, I probably said exactly the opposite during my ramblings as well. I said definitely not everybody is going to be happy. But yeah, you're right.
So I think that where we can really benefit from this public input is to make sure that our annexation agreement is the way it should be, the best it can be. And for that to happen, we need to have the input from these neighborhoods that are directly affected. And I fear that just having 1 or 2 sessions with them is insufficient for us to do that. And Phil, I may be misunderstanding what you're actually planning in that respect, but I do think that it's essential. I mean, obviously, I live in North Boulder. I care a lot what happens there, but I would care a lot more if I lived in Tantra and was worried about X thousand cars driving by my by my house in this connection. So I think that we need to devote a significant level of effort to these affected neighborhoods. And I don't see that being possible in the timetable that we're discussing.
If we're not officially on topic item 2, let's make sure that we are now, because
we transitioned. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just assumed that. But
I figured we were, but I just want to make sure that.
Thanks, Peter. I actually was going to acknowledge that a long time ago, and then I forgot. My first
Let's talk about what it would look like then. Let's talk about what the items would look like, because I imagine that it's whatever we decide is going to work. You're saying we need more time to do those things. So we can go round and round that we need more time, but more time to do what? Like, what is the engagement looking like?
Okay, I'll just summarize the notes I put down here when I went through this. And it isn't much. I just, I thought that, the comments that we made about making the briefing book more organized and readable will really help. And then when we go to the public reviews, pulling that information out and making it more visual so that the public can talk about it in a more targeted way will be great. So that was kind of what I put down. And then I kind of stopped there. So I didn't look at all of the individual outreach things in enough detail to feel comfortable and commenting too much on that. Peter, did anybody have some ideas of what additional outreach would look like? Or
I would just bucket it. I would go off of what I said before, perhaps, which is there are themes here that people are going to gravitate towards, and those will be the items that they're going to engage with. And if they're asked to engage with this whole thing in general, they won't. Or if they think, well, I don't know anything about it. All I've heard about is variant 1, 2, 4, 6, flood, hydrate, death, flooding, crashing garages. Like, I don't know about that. I'm gonna leave that to the experts. I'm gonna go take care of this other thing in my life I have to take care of and just hope for the best in that project. But I'm sure it's gonna screw up because they always screw it up. So, but if what's it gonna look like? Is it gonna be traffic? Is it gonna be pretty? Is it gonna be cool? Can I still walk there? Are they gonna like do terrazzo concrete with Preble's mouse skeletons? Probably. That's what they always do, these developer people. So give people the thing that they want to engage with and maybe be a little humorous about it as well. We need that these days. Don't make it a chore for them to have to submit to this thing where they have to now read up on it. Yes, they had to read up on it, but no, I mean, make it so that it's just questions that they can answer about the things that they care about in their community, and they can self-select out for the topics they care about.
Well,
So maybe breaking up some of these briefings into targeted subject matters would be useful. I could see that.
Yeah. If you answer what things you care about, then you're taken to questions that are framed in that way that don't take a lot of extra work. It's keeping, like Sarah said about the book, it's keeping everything that's in this engagement strategy, but it's knowing that you meet the people where they are in their subject area interest or their time or just the detail they're going to know about this already.
So there'd be a environmental restoration, natural resource meeting, and there'd be a transportation meeting, and there'd be a design and what does a cluster village mean meeting, and there'd be what would be a couple of other topics.
When people can fit it in their mouth, they're going to do it. And they can get their arms around it. I look like Cluster Village right there. You're going to get a ton of folks, and we all know baked into that concept are a lot of these concepts, but it's just it's a much more user-friendly topic that people can hook into. Mm-hmm. So I think transportation, I mean, David, you spent a lot of time on this topic, but there are things that people come to the meetings wanting to talk about or that stop you because they know you focus on this stuff. So the transportation, I think, is a great bucket.
Yeah, if we have the capacity to do that kind of thing, I think it would be useful to have targeted discussions. Yeah, absolutely. We have Digital World Cafe on the schedule. Did we cover what that was? I was trying to remember.
It's just an idea we had where the Mayor Weaver asked for kind of a brainstorming type of event for a larger event. And so we just had an idea about usually those kind of topic tables, and you would spend 10 minutes and you do some brainstorming and talk with the facilitator, and then you go to different tables. And we thought about maybe figuring out if we can do that via Zoom. It might be an interesting experience.
Yeah, we're still going to work on the potential design on that, but I think it does get a little bit to your point of giving people the ability to self-select where they're interested in engaging and what topics. So,
and it doesn't mean you don't also do some neighborhood meetings,
right? No,
but it's another way to focus.
It's a filter that you'll get a lot of people who would say, look, nobody wants to look stupid. And so if they can go towards something that they know something about or care about, they're way more inclined to give their time to do that. And they'll love to do it. So that's an engagement strategy that I just made up, and I think it would work for a topic like this.
Yeah.
Peter, how would you think about an engagement strategy on the question of accountability and an engagement strategy on the question of costs?
Well, there are people who love saying they're fiscal conservatives or fiscal, whatever the word is, late. I think just financial accountability, they're just I think the word accountability is going to draw a certain type of person who wouldn't otherwise engage in a topic like this, but it's something they care about. I think coming off of this election season, I think that's going to be a topic a lot of people are going to want to know, or going to lean into. So what was the first one? Accountability.
Well, one is cost, and I think that that's obviously there are a lot of unknowns there, and you see it in the matrix that Phil is in the term sheet. Like you can see these moments where, like the land paying for some of the open space, proposed open space, and then also it being suggested that we pay for the moved dirt in the open space. Like there's some double dipping being proposed in a few elements of this, and I think folks are going to want to explore. There will be folks who will want to explore that, and I think it's important to do that.
Deal making. So some people love the deal, love the negotiation, they could negotiate a napkin purchase for their house or their company, or a Ferrari. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just they love that. So they engage the people who love that side of things, that they're the deal people. They're the strategy, negotiation,
I think, Peter, I agree with you. And I think that part of this is about sort of I'll call it unfunded mandates, although that's not exactly what this could end up being, but it's the potential for a burden on the city and its taxpayers that I think has to be acknowledged or identified and discussed as part of this process, so that when the bill comes due in 10 years, hopefully there won't be a bill that comes due. Like it is, to me, it's not as sexy as Preble's Mouse, and it's not as sexy as, is it going to be 4 stories or 5 stories? But it is fundamental to this situation that the city and CU are negotiating.
Well, the goal is to get as many people as possible to engage with it. You're not going to get very many people who are going to engage with that piece, because that's really where we put everyone's going to agree that that's important and needs to be done. So it'll be a given. It's a given that nobody is going to want a bad deal to be made. So if the engagement is, do you think a bad deal should be made where we're on the hook for a bunch of costs? No, everyone's saying, no, I don't think so. And so then what then? What's the next engagement strategy around that? Now you're asking folks to become pretty much heavy duty subject matter experts on all of the topics, and then do the job of the city for the city. And I think that's going to be, like, the word unfunded mandate. I'm not equipped to deal with that at all. I'm pretty sure we pay people to do that. I can give you some advice on a few things as a city person, but I got to go get groceries and go home.
Can I just throw in something on that? I think that city council, they are our elected officials. So I think that, Phil, you've heard these concerns, and I think city council is really the one that answers to a lot of these best use of the taxpayer money questions. So I think that we could probably let council decide how they want to communicate to the public how much things are costing, and the financial agreements that have been made, without planning board having to get too much in the weeds on that. But I'll just, it
wasn't about planning board. This was about public engagement.
Yeah, public.
David.
And Sarah, I want to live in a world like you're talking about.
Right, but I mean,
I think the city council may make the decisions, but it should be clear to all what we're getting involved with and what the obligations and costs might be.
Right, but I think that we're starting to spend an awful lot of time trying to micromanage how that might get communicated. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe it makes sense to have a public outreach on it. Maybe it makes sense to publish the financials in the local news and just disclose everything to the public in news. And then, I mean, I don't know what the strategy necessarily has to be.
We can do some thinking on it too, because we should have that information. It's just a matter of how to communicate it. So.
Another theme I thought about that I've seen is the public is interested in the affordable housing aspect of this. So we know that the university wants to house faculty and staff and that kind of thing. But it would be interesting for the city to be able to kind of convey to folks what we can and can't ask for with the CU arrangement, because I know that they are not subject to the inclusionary housing regulations in the city, right? So so it might be good because people bring that up all the time. And then again, I think that Sarah mentioned this, if you know, it's kind of a strange thing to think about, but if the land ever got purchased by another entity, you know, would we have the ability to insert inclusionary housing regulations on a new owner? So what kinds of things can be looked at there?
Well, I mean, I know we're not having a policy discussion, but I stand by my position that if CU sells the land, the only thing that gets conveyed with the land are the no longer new land use designations, and that the new applicant would have to, you know, presuming nothing had been built other than the flood mitigation stuff. I mean, the only reason CU can do what it's doing right now is because it's a state entity and we don't have control. We don't have, they are, superior is the wrong word, but they are not required to abide by.
They have sovereignty. Well, Charles, if they sold it, the private owner would then still have to go through the process for the specific buildings and pieces that were built.
Well, they'd have to abide by the terms of the agreement.
The sovereignty would transfer. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, are you talking pre-annexation or post-annexation?
Post-annexation, if they choose to sell this or swap this, and it's still raw land right there, and then a private owner says, "Oh, I want to create a massive mixed-use development on this site." They will. One, they no longer have the sovereignty of the university as their cloak. They have whatever we've agreed to at that point on the property, but there's still a whole raft of hoops of guideposts they have to pass through in order to get a building permit, right? I see that maybe David or Charles.
Go ahead, David.
Well, just quickly, so it's an annexation, so just under state annexation law, it will only occur between a willing property owner and a city willing to annex them. And I think, as it has been mentioned by members of the public, which I agree with this, is that in this deal, you'll want to put everything you can that you want to hold the university to in the annexation agreement, or as much as you can. They, with respect to their higher education function, which is a rather broad topic, they are a sovereign entity. You know, it's their board of regents that governs what happens on university property outside of an agreement, of course, not the Boulder City Council. So if we came up with an annexation agreement that was mutually agreeable, and CU said, I'm just going to sell the property to this private developer, they're going to be subject to the terms of that annexation agreement. And as has been brought before the board in the past, if ever they wanted to change the terms of the annexation agreement, they would have to come through and, request a recommendation from the planning board and then ask the city council whether or not they would be interested in amending the annexation agreement. But again, that puts you right back into a contract, it's another contractual negotiation. And we have done that with annexations in the past. So it's not unheard of.
So David, can I just follow up? I guess I'm unclear about something. Let's assume there's an annexation agreement that both parties agree to, and then, but it's still vague because there's no site plan. And then CU, these are all hypotheticals, CU then sells the land to a private developer. That private developer now does that private developer have the rights to develop what CU has in the, how do I ask this question? Does the private developer have to go through the site review process when they've already got a annexation agreement framework that did not require a site review process because the CU didn't have to go through the site review process?
Sure. It's whatever's in the agreement, right? So, if that was a concern for the city, I might recommend that you say, we're going to use this process to review development that is proposed by the University of Colorado. And if Colorado were to sell the property to a private sector developer, that the private sector developer would be subject to city standard zoning rules or required to go through the site review process.
Okay.
So, I think that that's probably one of the next steps that Phil will be thinking about is like, so what are these issues that are really important to us? And then, so, you start doing some of your what if spinning, and then we start drafting to, like assess the risk. And if there's a risk that raises real concern, then spend some time thinking about how you're going to protect the city from an outcome that you might fear in the future.
Right. And David, let me ask you another question, which I think is an attorney question. So the value of and it's a cost question, the value of the land increases once an annexation agreement is reached, sure. I believe. And within the body of the annexation agreement can the city protect itself financially from the immediate increase in costs for, saying, buying an additional 30 acres of that open space other land? Can the agreement set a price prior to the annexation agreement being signed, or does it happen after? Just curious how that works.
Well, my guess is we would probably, if there were, one of the issues that has been bantered about is, CU has made an offer to sell some of the open space other land at fair market value. Well, one of the things that with all real estate negotiations is you got to figure out, so what does that mean? My view of the world is at least in the Boulder Valley, that annexing land into a city that can provide you with utility services and urban services and all of those kind of things is going to increase the value of the land, because you can, under county land use zoning, you can get 1 per 35 acres, one dwelling unit per 35 acres. That's not very intense development. So I think that probably part of the discussion that would be had as part of that purchase is, do you value it at its value in unincorporated Boulder County? Do you value it as annexed property, or is it someplace in the middle? But, I guess the place where I would start is that our act of annexing property is what adds value. So I would not want to necessarily give urban zone value to something that that we created just by the legislative act of bringing them into the city.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you very much.
So I think we've covered all the topics and the key issues with some degree of thoroughness. I know we could probably go on forever. Phil, have you gotten information from us that you think you can, or suggestions from us that you think you can use? And
yes, very helpful. Thank you so much, especially for staying up late and talking about this. I will help give you credit for the choose your adventure. It's great. We'll go ahead and just summarize this at a high level in the council memo that'll go out next week, and just to let them know we'll be working on these changes.
Great. Yeah. Thank you for all the work you do. It's great.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of work has gone into this, and thanks to the planning board members. I know this is difficult staying up so late and everything. So, well, let's go ahead and close off that item, and let's move on to debrief and calendar check. Anything anybody wanted to talk about with just the four of us in here before we head out? Don?
Yeah, there were a couple of things I wanted to just check with Charles and David. Recently, there's been several issues that either the county or the city have to decide that have a big impact on each other. I'm thinking, for example, the rifle range discussion in North Boulder, and what's happening out at the reservoir with the proposed restaurant and neighbors around there sending emails. And so I'm just wondering to what degree the city is participating or testifying in the county's decisions, for example, on the rifle range, and to what degree the county is participating in city's decisions on what's happening at the reservoir with the restaurant.
So the rifle range is located in Boulder County, so city staff doesn't have any jurisdiction.
Well, I understand that, but the city will be affected both because of its open space being right next to that, as well as some of its neighborhoods being close enough to be impacted by the additional noise and so on. So I'm just wondering I'm not saying the city what they should be saying. I'm just asking if they are even being involved.
I think, Phil, do you have anything you want to add?
Sure. Yeah, we have through the IGA with the county for the comprehensive plan a process for receiving referrals for development applications in the county. We received a referral for that particular application. It was some time ago now, pre-COVID, and the planning department and open space department did issue referral comments to them that we could share with the board.
I'd be very interested to see those. Thank you.
And my understanding is they had like 12 hours of hearings this week about that and tabled it, is what the last I heard. But
oh, okay.
The commissioners.
I wasn't aware of that.
Our referral comments were so long ago, Phil, I don't even really remember the tenor of them, so it might be nice to pick those up again.
It really just focuses on, is it urban development that's happening in the county in area 2? And if so, we ask that they refer them to us for annexation. But this didn't.
Yeah, so not very substantive.
Is this something you would just provide as an informational update to us?
Yeah, we can just shoot an email to the board.
Cool.
Thank you.
That would be great. Good idea, John. Thank you. Any other, Cindy, anything for our calendar check?
No, our next meeting is the 19th, and it's just going to be strictly matters. I think we have a matter from AMPS, and then we're
letter.
The letter, yeah.
And you'll get to meet our new Planning and Development Services Director.
Oh,
Yay.
awesome. Yay.
Look forward to that. And we all need to get our input for the letter. Once Harmon sends out the rephrased question, we get that to you by 15 days before the meeting, is that, or would you like it earlier?
Well, I'll send out an email with the date and everything, probably a few days before. And then I just sent out an email to you guys regarding the application. I need your feedback. If you have any, you may not have any, but if you have any feedback, I need that by the 13th because I've got to compile it all and get it to the clerk's office.
Okay, awesome.
Great. David, Charles, anything else you had for us?
No, just want to thank Cindy and Jean for their help tonight and
Yeah.
staying up late with us.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for-
Jean.
And of course, Phil.
Thanks everybody for staying up so late. We haven't gone past midnight in a while, and now it's past 2 a.m. where you are, Sarah. So thank you too.
Oh, sorry.
I did it to myself.
I got my next Zoom meeting at 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Oh my God.
Well, then I think what I'll do is I'll change my Zoom background. This was my big thing for my first chair.
You did a great job, David.
Good
Well
job.
done.
Bye all. Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
See you later.
Let's hope for 270 soon.
Thank you all.
Good night.